chosen one. Pause for a moment. Heaven has hushed the noise of your world to speak directly to your spirit. Everything that once demanded your attention fades into silence. Because this message carries divine weight, it is your moment of confirmation. Lack has ended. You have been running in circles of survival for too long, counting coins, stretching hours, pretending peace while wrestling with the thought, will I ever have enough? But today, heaven interrupts that fear. God is funding you not tomorrow, not someday, but now. I see you, the one who has fought battles in secret. You smiled in rooms where your heart was breaking, gave when it hurt, helped others while wondering how your own needs would be met. You have lived with open hands even when they were empty, and that is why heaven is responding. There was a man once, another chosen one, who worked night shifts at a small store. His dream was to build a community kitchen for the poor, but his paycheck barely covered rent. Still, he tithed. He shared what little he had. One night, after praying through his exhaustion, he heard a quiet instruction. Send your proposal. He obeyed without logic. Days later, a foundation reached out. They had been searching for someone exactly like him. The funding came. The kitchen opened. And through his obedience, hundreds were fed. That same principle moves for you now. God funds obedience faster than ambition. The ancient words recorded in the book of Haggai, chapter 2, verse 8, declare, "The silver is mine, and the gold is mine, declares the Lord of hosts." Do you feel that? Ownership, not scarcity, not fear. The resources you've been praying for never belong to the world. They have always belonged to your Father. And when He decides to release them, no system or person can stop it. Imagine this. Your life is a field after a long drought. The soil looks cracked, lifeless, but somewhere beneath, roots are still alive, waiting for rain. The first drop falls, not a flood yet, just a promise. That drop is today's word, and more is coming. Chosen one, you are stepping into divine circulation. The river that once seemed to flow away from you is turning back toward you. People will begin to remember you. Opportunities will resurface. Favor will appear from directions you forgot existed. It won't make sense to the natural eye. That's the sign. It's supernatural. Don't underestimate how suddenly God moves. When heaven funds you, it's not limited to money. It's peace, clarity, divine timing, restoration of relationships, even healing of the self-worth that poverty once broke. You are not a beggar of blessings. You are an heir to promises. Look around your life right now. Every delay you called denial was actually divine timing, aligning unseen provision. The things that didn't work out were protecting the things that will. God withheld not because He wanted to punish, but because He wanted to perfect. If you could see the ledger of heaven, your name would appear beside accounts labeled release, overflow, favor. The handwriting on them is divine, written in grace and confirmed by promise. Now listen carefully. God is not just funding your needs. He is funding your purpose. This means your assignment, the very reason you were born, is about to be resourced. Projects, visions, and dreams you shelved because of lack will breathe again. The same God who multiplies fish and bread will multiply your capacity, your influence, your reach. This is not prosperity hype. It's kingdom order. You are being positioned as a distributor of divine wealth. Your abundance will bless others. Your overflow will fund compassion, creativity, and callings beyond your own. If this resonates with you, whisper right now, I receive heaven's funding for my purpose, not out of greed, but out of readiness. The sound of faith opens vaults that effort never could. As this word settles in your heart, I invite you share this message with someone still trapped in fear of lack. You might be the confirmation they've been praying for. Let this moment ripple beyond you. And before you move on, stay connected to what heaven is building here. Like this message. Subscribe to keep walking in this flow of divine revelation. And type 444 inches, the comments below, as a prophetic act. A sign that you are aligning with heaven's order and divine structure. This is your moment of transition. The drought is over. The field of your life is soft again. Rain is falling. Provision is rising. The silver and gold were never lost. They were simply waiting for you to believe again. God is funding you now. When heaven funds you, it isn't chaos, it's choreography. Resource. Each person, each opportunity will step into your life like instruments in a divine orchestra. Perfectly on time. You will begin to see the patterns. The delay that once frustrated you becomes the rhythm that aligns everything for maximum impact. God is not improvising, He is composing. You might wake up one morning and feel a stirring, a gentle sense that something has shifted. Follow that. The Spirit often whispers direction through restlessness. That is how new doors begin to open, through holy discomfort that pushes you out of small places. The God who funds vision will not allow you to stay where vision dies. The one thing you must guard now is gratitude. Gratitude keeps the flow clear. When you thank God for small beginnings, heaven multiplies them. Even in this very moment, thank Him for what's on the way. The unseen provision already traveling toward your need. The act of thanking is itself a declaration of trust. Chosen one. Never confuse humility with hesitation. You are not unworthy of abundance. You are the evidence of God's generosity. Walk boldly into this new chapter, not as a beggar, but as an heir. Let your posture shift from "can I" to "He will." I'm. And when the blessings come, use them as light. Font hope. Feed purpose. Become a living testimony that God still provides for His own. Because when heaven funds you, the world will know. Divine lack does not exist. Chosen one. You've crossed the threshold where the survival spirit breaks. You are no longer living just to make it through another day. You are learning to live from divine abundance. This shift is not only about what you have, but about how you think, how you perceive the Father's heart, how you move through the world. There was a time when you equated holiness with struggle. You believed that suffering made you spiritual, that exhaustion proved your faith. But now the Lord is correcting that lie. You were not created to survive. You were created to steward. You were never meant to crawl through life with empty hands, measuring your worth by your lack. The one who made you carries no poverty within him. In the old days, Israel wandered in the wilderness, eating manna just enough for one day. It was provision, yes, but not inheritance. That was the survival season, and many of God's people still live in that pattern, praying for daily bread, but never believing for the land flowing with milk and honey. The shift from manna to milk happens when your mind renews. When you begin to see yourself as a son or daughter, not a refugee of grace. A young man once wrote in his journal, "I think I'm addicted to barely making it." Every month he scraped by. Every miracle just enough to keep him breathing, but never enough to rest. One night, after yet another narrow escape from debt, he sat in silence and whispered, "God, I want to learn how to live in your rhythm, not mine." That night, something inside him broke not his faith, but his fear. He stopped asking God to rescue him and started asking for wisdom to build. That moment marked his turning point. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 10, verse 22, "The blessing of the Lord makes rich, and he adds no sorrow with it." There it is, divine abundance without heaviness. Real provision is not the kind that drains you, manipulates you, or binds you to performance. It's peace that pays every debt of fear. When the blessing of the Lord rests on your life, it multiplies joy, not anxiety. It expands capacity, not exhaustion. You have lived long enough with the weight of barely enough time, barely enough rest, barely enough hope. But the kingdom does not operate on barely, it moves on overflow. The God who measures oceans in the hollow of his hand does not ration provision. He gives fully, freely, abundantly. The survival spirit whispers, "What if it runs out?" The abundant spirit answers, "What if it never does?" That question is not about optimism, it's about identity. A servant fears the shortage, a child trusts the source. You are not hired help in heaven's house. You are blood-bought royalty. Picture yourself as a lamp once running on fumes, flickering in a dark room. Suddenly, a hand refills the oil, not with drops, but until it overflows the rim. That is what God is doing now. You will not flicker anymore. You will burn bright, steady, fueled by the inexhaustible presence of God. Lack taught you lessons. Yes, it taught you endurance, resourcefulness, and prayer. But now abundance will teach you something deeper: generosity, vision, and peace. You will learn that you can rest while provision moves. That's faith, not striving for what is already assigned to you, but walking in rhythm with what God is already releasing. Every place you once felt unworthy of success, God is rewriting your story. Every time you thought you were forgotten, heaven was setting the stage for your revealing. When the curtain opens, it won't just show what you've gained, it will show who you've become. You will no longer be the one begging for doors to open, you will be the one holding the keys. Chosen one. It's time to let the old mindset die. You don't owe loyalty to struggle. You are not betraying your past by walking in blessing. You are fulfilling it. Because every tear you cried, every lesson you learned, every night you endured it all, prepared the foundation for what's being built now. You must understand, divine wealth is not just about possessions, it's about positioning. God blesses you to establish His covenant through you. That means everything you receive carries purpose. Nothing in this next season will be random. Even the timing of opportunities, the people who cross your path, the ideas that wake you at 3 a.m., they're all strategic. You are part of heaven's investment plan. And when your mind fully grasps that truth, fear loses its grip. You will no longer calculate God's goodness by your bank balance or calendar. You will look around and see his fingerprints everywhere, in the breath you take, the favor you encounter, the quiet confidence rising in your heart. Let this sink in. You are entering the season where God doesn't just meet your needs, he exceeds them. He is rewriting your budget with miracles. He is training your hands not to beg, but to build. He is lifting your head so you see possibilities where others see impossibility. So walk with your shoulders straight, not proud, but certain. The days of scraping by are over. You are being repositioned as a carrier of abundance, a reflection of divine generosity. The survival spirit is breaking, right here, right now, and in its place. A new mantle rests on you, the mantle of peace, of provision, of overflow. You will live to testify that God's blessing makes rich and adds no sorrow with it. Chosen one. There's something sacred hidden inside. Every season of suffering you've survived. You thought those nights were wasted, the ones filled with worry, unanswered prayers, and questions that seemed to echo off heaven's walls. But those nights were seed time. Every ache, every tear, every moment you felt unseen, God was planting something beneath the soil of your struggle. You see, seeds never grow on mountaintops. They grow in the dark, deep within the earth. The pain you endured wasn't punishment, it was planting. What you buried in sorrow will rise in strength. What you lost in silence will return with fruit. You may not have realized it then, but heaven was keeping record of every sacrifice, every act of obedience, every quiet yes that no one else heard. There was once a woman who served faithfully in her church's food ministry for years. She showed up early, stayed late, and prayed for others, even while her own pantry was nearly empty. She never complained. She simply believed that one day God would see her heart. Years later, during a nationwide food shortage, a local business owner who had been one of the very people she once served donated an entire warehouse of supplies in her name. She wept, not because of the food, but because she realized none of her giving was forgotten. Chosen one, neither is yours. The Word of God declares in the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." A mantra? That's not poetry, it's principle. Heaven keeps time differently. The world counts days by clocks. God counts them by obedience. Every time you stayed kind when you could have turned bitter, every time you forgave when you had the right to fight, every time you chose patience over panic, you sowed into a field that heaven is about to rain upon. Maybe your harvest hasn't shown yet because it's still underground. Seeds break before they bloom. Their shell must crack before life can rise. It's the same with you. The pressure you've felt lately isn't destruction, it's activation. Something in your spirit is expanding, preparing to break open so that what's inside can finally grow. Picture a small acorn pressed beneath heavy soil. To the untrained eye, it looks buried, forgotten. But within that dark space, roots stretch downward, anchoring themselves in unseen strength. Soon, the sprout pierces the surface, reaching for the sun. That's your spirit, breaking through. The same pressure that felt like burial is the reason you'll stand taller tomorrow. God never wastes pain, not a single moment of it. He recycles everything. Tears become rain for tomorrow's garden. loss becomes space for new life to grow. Even the people who left you, the opportunities that slipped away, the prayers that seemed unanswered, they all tilled the ground for something better. And when it comes, it won't just bless you, it will bless through you. That's how heaven works. The blessing always multiplies. The harvest doesn't just feed the sower, it feeds the village. You're not just reaping for yourself, you're reaping for those connected to your obedience. So, hold steady. Don't curse the soil that hid you. It's the same soil that will raise you. The same God who saw your broken nights will make sure the dawn shines brighter than ever. When your breakthrough arrives, it will be undeniable. It will carry the fragrance of purpose, the mark of heaven's timing. People will look at your life and say, "How did that happen so suddenly?" But you'll know it wasn't sudden. It was sacredly slow. It was years of sowing, now gathering in one glorious moment. Now, before you rush ahead, breathe. Reflect on the field of your life. What seeds have you planted that you thought died? What prayers did you stop watering because you saw no sprouts? God says they're not dead, they're just waiting for divine timing. Type in the comments below, "My harvest lives." No, do it not as a ritual, but as a declaration. Write it as an act of faith, not emotion. Because when you name your seed, you acknowledge its destiny. When you speak life over your field, you align your words with heaven's calendar. And when the harvest comes, remember this moment. Remember that the dark didn't bury you, it prepared you. Every buried dream, every silenced hope, every forgotten prayer, they're all rising. You are about to see proof that no seed sown in faith ever stays in the ground forever. The harvest lives because God does not plant and forget. His memory is flawless, and His timing is perfect. Every act of faith you've ever made has been catalogued in heaven's ledger. Sometimes it may feel like silence, but heaven's silence is never absence, it's incubation. God hides seeds so they can strengthen before they show. Think of the butterfly still folded inside its cocoon. If it were released too soon, its wings would crumble under the wind. But when it stays hidden just long enough, the same struggle that seemed to confine it actually gives its wings power. That's you. You're being strengthened in the cocoon of waiting. So when God says, "Now," you'll not only rise, you'll sustain flight. So, don't rush the process. The delay is shaping the depth of your character. You're not waiting for blessings. Blessings are waiting for you to be ready. Every lesson you're learning now is building your capacity to handle more. God doesn't just want to bless you, He wants the blessing to last. When your harvest finally appears, it will match your endurance. The longer the wait, the deeper the roots, and the deeper the roots, the greater the fruit. That's why you can rejoice even now, because maturity itself is a sign that the soil has done its work. So lift your head, chosen one. Speak it aloud once more. My harvest lives. Say it until your atmosphere agrees. You are not forgotten, you are germinating. And soon, your field will sing with color and proof. Chosen one. Today, heaven wants to teach you something crucial. Divine funding doesn't depend on human approval. What God is about to release in your life will not require the validation of those who once ignored you. The season where you needed others to see your worth has ended. God is now positioning you in such a way that even those who rejected you will witness His provision flowing through you. You see, when people overlook you, God observes you. While others are busy measuring your potential by what they see, heaven measures by what it planted in you. And that's why this moment matters, because you've been prepared for something they cannot comprehend. There's a story about a man named Eliam, a craftsman who built furniture in a small village. For years, he offered his designs to merchants, but they declined, saying his style was too unusual. Still, Eliam worked quietly, carving each piece as though it were meant for royalty. One day, a traveling noble stopped by and noticed a chair unlike any he had ever seen. He bought it immediately, then ordered hundreds more for the palace. The same merchants who once rejected Eliam began seeking him out, but it was too late. He was already working for the king. That is how divine funding works. It bypasses every system of limitation. When heaven approves, no human opinion can revoke it. We find in the book of Psalms, chapter 75, verse 6, "For promotion does not come from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south, but God is the judge. He puts down one and sets up another." Now, what a reminder. True promotion does not depend on networks, names, or numbers. It flows from divine authority. That's why you no longer need to chase validation. The one who appointed you has already written your elevation into his plan. Many times, rejection is God's redirection. What you call a closed door might actually be divine protection. There are rooms God kept you out of because the atmosphere there could not sustain your growth. There are opportunities that looked like loss but were really shields, keeping you from premature exposure. Heaven knows when you're ready. And when you are, it will not whisper, it will announce, "Chosen one." Think about the moments you tried to explain your calling to people who couldn't understand it. They questioned your dreams, your confidence, even your faith. You felt small, as though you had to shrink yourself to fit their expectations. But that season taught you something essential. Your value is not measured by comprehension, it's measured by assignment. They didn't see it because they weren't meant to steward it. Divine funding bypasses approval because God prefers to work in obscurity. He hides his chosen ones until the appointed time. Just like he hid David in the fields while Saul still wore the crown. It wasn't neglect, it was incubation. By the time David stepped into the palace, he already carried the oil, the skill, and the authority for his role. His training happened out of sight, so his unveiling could happen without question. That same pattern is unfolding for you. Heaven has been investing in your preparation quietly. The long, hidden seasons were not punishment, they were partnership. While you were being refined, heaven was setting the stage. Imagine a river flowing beneath the earth. It's unseen, unheard, but constant. One day, it breaks through rock and begins to flow in the open, nourishing everything around it. That's divine provision. What's been underground in your life? Your preparation, your faith, your consistency is about to surface, and when it does, it will be undeniable. The people who once dismissed you will be perplexed. They will ask, "When did this happen? How did they grow so quickly?" But it won't be quick. It will be right on time. You have simply been growing roots while others chased recognition. So stop apologizing for your calling. Stop trying to convince others of your worth. Heaven has already confirmed it. Every no that stung was actually an echo of God's "not here." Every delay that frustrated you was divine choreography. The stage needed to be cleared of wrong voices before your moment of unveiling. When God funds your purpose, it comes wrapped in peace. You won't have to manipulate or plead. The doors will open naturally because they are assigned to your name. And those who once doubted you will have no choice but to acknowledge, the hand of the Lord is upon them. Oh, this is why you must guard your heart against resentment. Don't waste emotional energy proving people wrong. Your life itself will be the evidence. Every miracle, every opportunity, every divine connection will speak louder than explanation. The proof of divine funding is fruit, not frustration. There's a stillness coming to your spirit, a peace that says, I don't have to force it anymore. That peace is your sign that heaven has taken over. The doors you couldn't open are now swinging wide because divine timing is aligning with divine purpose. You will soon discover that the very place you were rejected will become the place of your reward. The same ground that once refused your seed will now yield your harvest. Because when God decides to fund His chosen ones, He turns every former wilderness into fertile soil. Chosen one, rest in that truth. The need for approval is breaking. The desire to explain yourself is dissolving. You no longer have to fit in when you were born to stand out. Heaven's signature is on your destiny, and no human hand can erase it. Your story is already funded. Chosen one. Pause for a breath. Can you feel how much lighter the air has become around you lately? It's not imagination. Something invisible is shifting. Heaven's wind is turning in your favor. You are standing at the border of a new economy, one not built by banks or systems, but by divine principle. This is the moment when you begin to understand how heaven's financial system truly works. In the world, people call it earning. In the kingdom, it's called trusting. In the world, they say, work harder. But in the kingdom, God whispers, walk closer. Divine funding isn't a transaction, it's a relationship. It's what happens when the Creator sees that your heart values purpose more than possession. There was once a man who owned a small bakery. His ovens were old, his counters cracked, and he'd barely made enough to keep the lights on. But every morning before opening, he prayed over the bread and said, Lord, let whoever eats this taste your goodness. One day, a traveler stopped by, bought a loaf, and was so moved by its flavor that he returned with a television crew. Overnight, the bakery became famous. Reporters asked the man what his secret was, and he smiled, saying, I just needed faith into the dough. Not, that's what divine funding looks like. It takes ordinary obedience and multiplies it until the world calls it a miracle. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Hosea. Chapter 10, verse 12. Sow righteousness for yourselves. Reap the fruit of unfailing love. Break up your unplowed ground, for it is time to seek the Lord, until He comes and showers His righteousness upon you. Lon, you see, the unplowed ground is your heart, your mindset, your willingness to trust again after disappointment. God can only reign where the soil is soft. Many cry for blessing, but few allow the plow of surrender to prepare the ground. When you let Him turn over your soil, your fears, your pride, your control, He plants something powerful, peace that attracts provision. The key to heaven's system is not performance, but posture. You don't hustle for favor, you host it. You make space for it, like a bird that stops flapping and begins to glide on wind currents. Faith learns to rest in divine momentum. The harder you try to control it, the faster you tire, but when you release it, you discover that the wind was always carrying you. Think of your life as a garden. Every act of faith is a seed. Every kind word, every unseen act of generosity, every moment you refuse to quit, that's soil being prepared. And now, heaven is sending the rain. It's subtle at first. Just a few drops of opportunity, a conversation that feels divine, an idea that won't leave your mind. Don't dismiss it. Those drops are signs that the season of growth has begun. What if abundance isn't about adding more, but recognizing what's already in your hands? Remember the boy with the 5 loaves and 2 fish. He didn't wait for more. He offered what he had. That's the rhythm of kingdom funding. Offer your small, and God makes it sufficient. Offer your time, and He multiplies your impact. Offer your heart, and He fills it with vision. Chosen one, you've been faithful with little. Now you are being trusted with much. But understand this, the increase isn't just for you. God funds those who know how to pour. He blesses open vessels, not closed vaults. When you become a river instead of a reservoir, heaven keeps refilling you because you never stop flowing. Now imagine this. You're standing beside a great ocean at sunrise. The tide is coming in, gentle but unstoppable. Each wave carries more than the last. That's what divine supply feels like. It doesn't rush, it returns. And all you have to do is stay close to the shore, where the water meets your feet. That place is called connection. Connection is what keeps the flow alive. In this space right here, where you're hearing these words, you are standing in a stream of revelation. These moments are seeds too. When you listen, when you share truth, when you speak life to others, you're not just consuming, you're cultivating. So, if this message has watered something inside you, if it has reminded you that you are not forgotten, that God still funds purpose, then gently let your faith ripple outward. Touch the like, not as a click, but as a candle lifted to say, I see the light. Share it as you would release a dove freely, gracefully. Trusting it will find the one who needs it most. And subscribe not as obligation, but as anchoring, like tying your small boat to a steady dock where the tides of revelation keep returning. Because this isn't just a message, it's a movement of renewal. Every listener becomes a vessel. Every vessel carries overflow. When we stay linked, our collective obedience becomes a river wide enough for others to cross from fear into faith. Let your support, your comments, your sharing, your presence here be your way of saying, I believe in the flow. Heaven doesn't bless isolation, it blesses unity. And this connection between us is proof that faith is alive and active, moving through screens, words, and hearts alike. Chosen one, lift your eyes for a moment. The horizon is glowing. The waves are still coming. The same God who multiplies seeds and sustains the sun is multiplying your resources, your reach, your revelation. You don't have to chase the blessing anymore. You just have to stay in the flow. Your heart is the soil. Your faith is the seed. Heaven's rain has already begun. Chosen one. Something sacred happens when heaven calls your heart into alignment. You have heard the message of abundance, but now God invites you to agree with it. Because agreement is the language of activation. When you align your faith with what heaven has spoken, the spiritual vault begins to unlock, not through striving, but through resonance. This section marks a turning point. The flow has been opened. Now heaven invites you to seal it, not by effort, not by earning, but by acknowledging, yes, Lord, I receive what you have already prepared for me. The act of agreement is small in motion, but infinite in consequence. There was once a woman named Salome who worked quietly in a small village marketplace. She sold herbs, parsley, mint, basil, barely enough to survive. Yet every morning she would pray over her stall, saying, God, let this place be more than business, let it be blessing. For months, nothing changed. But one day, a traveling chef stopped by, bought her herbs, and later returned to offer her a supply contract for his restaurant chain. Her table of herbs became a source of provision for her entire community. When people asked how it happened, she simply said, I spoke life over small beginnings. That's what agreement does. It invites heaven to multiply the ordinary. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Romans, chapter 10, verse 10, For it is with your heart that you believe and are justified, and it is with your mouth that you profess your faith and are saved. Dan, what you say matters. Words are not noise, they are keys. Your confession unlocks what your belief has already birthed. Heaven listens not only to what you pray, but to how you speak when you're not praying. You are writing your future with every sentence you release. When you declare, I am funded by heaven, you are not speaking fantasy, you are echoing divine reality. Angels move when alignment happens. The moment your heart and your words agree, spiritual transaction begins. Look around your life right now. The enemy has tried to convince you that silence means absence. That delay means denial. But even now, the invisible gears of divine order are turning. Contracts are being prepared. Conversations are aligning. Ideas are stirring in hearts that will soon cross paths with yours. Heaven's network is more efficient than anything the world has built. The key, chosen one, is to stay in agreement. When doubt whispers, you whisper. Truth louder. When fear says, it's too late, your spirit must reply, it's right on time. Every contradiction you face is just a test of endurance. The promise remains steady even when your emotions fluctuate. Picture your faith like a lantern in the dark. Each word of agreement you speak is a breath that keeps the flame alive. Stop breathing. Hope. And the flame flickers. Speak faith. And it grows brighter, illuminating paths you didn't know existed. You are not walking blind, you're walking by light that your own confession fuels. There's a rhythm to abundance that only faith can hear. It's like the tide. You don't command it, you align with it. The more you resist it, the harder the current feels. But the moment you lean into it, you discover that what seemed heavy begins to carry you. That's the beauty of agreement. It transfers the weight from your shoulders to God's. Chosen one. You don't need to force miracles. You just need to echo heaven. Speak what God has spoken. Believe what He believes about you. You are not asking Him to move. He already has. You are learning to step into the flow He initiated before you were born. Maybe you've spent years saying, someday I'll have enough. Someday I'll rest. But God is saying, call it now. Speak as though the provision has already arrived. Faith is not future tense, it's present conviction. Your words are bridges. Each one carries your future closer until it finally arrives. So let's make this moment prophetic. Don't let it pass like another message you hear and forget. Let it be the one where you agree out loud. Type in the comments below 888. The number 888 is a prophetic symbol of new beginnings and overflowing resurrection. It represents the divine rhythm of completion, birthing, continuation, the endless cycle of grace that keeps giving. By typing it, you're not performing superstition, you're expressing agreement. You're saying, Lord, I align my life with your flow of continual provision. Oh, let your fingers become your declaration. Let your agreement echo through time and spirit. Heaven does not overlook faith, expressed it, records it. Now imagine standing beneath an open sky after rain. The ground is still wet, but sunlight begins to break through the clouds. The air smells of promise. The soil glistens with possibility. That's what divine agreement feels like, heaven touching earth through your yes. Everything in you that once hesitated will now move with confidence. Fear will fade. Doubt will dissolve. Because when heaven and your heart speak the same language, no force on earth can silence your blessing. Chosen one, don't underestimate this moment. The spiritual world is responsive, alive, waiting. When faith speaks, heaven answers. Your agreement is the sound heaven's treasury recognizes. It's the password to divine funding, the song that opens gates. And right now, that sound is rising from you. Type 888, not as a number, but as a covenant, a symbol that says, my beginning will not end, my source will never run dry. Now, you have aligned. The heavens have heard. The flow is continuous. The number 888 carries divine rhythm, 3 eights forming an unbroken circle, symbolizing eternity, overflow, and heaven's unending renewal. It means the blessings that begin with God never run out. They evolve, expand, and reappear in new forms of grace. So, when you type 888, you're not just responding, you're prophesying. You're marking the moment heaven begins a cycle of endless provision over your life. Chosen one. As heaven begins to pour resources into your life, God is also renewing your mind. Because no matter how much abundance is released, it cannot last if the container, the mind, remains shaped by scarcity. Before God increases your supply, He first transforms your thinking. This is the section where you exchange survival thoughts for stewardship vision. You have lived in survival mode for so long that you may not even realize how deeply it trained you. Survival taught you to measure every opportunity through fear. What if I fail? What if I lose it again? It made you cautious where faith required courage. But now, heaven is performing a renewal, a rewiring of perception so that you can handle what's coming. Think of a wineskin in the old days. When new wine was poured into an old, hardened skin, it would burst because it couldn't stretch anymore. That's what happens when new blessings meet an unrenewed mind. God cannot pour abundance into a vessel still afraid of overflow. He must soften, reshape, and expand it until it can carry more. There's a story about a man named Levi. He was a fisherman, strong and skilled, but he never caught more than enough for a single day. One morning, after an entire night of empty nets, he decided to give up. But then, while cleaning his nets, a stranger approached. and asked to borrow his boat. Levi agreed, not knowing that stranger was the one who commands the sea. When the man Jesus finished teaching from the boat, he told Levi to cast his net again. The result was overwhelming. The nets nearly broke. In that moment, Levi learned that obedience could pull in what effort never could. That's what mind renewal looks like. It shifts you from trying to trusting, as Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 5, verse 4, "Put out into deep water and let down the nets for a catch." No, deep water means deeper faith. It's the place beyond logic, beyond comfort, beyond control. You cannot manage miracles from the shore. You must be willing to launch into the unknown, believing that if God said cast again, then the ocean has already been instructed to respond. Renewal begins when you dare to believe that you are no longer the person who failed before. You are not defined by the nets that once came up empty. You are defined by the word that tells you to try again. The mindset of stewardship says, if God provided once, He can sustain always. No, chosen one. You are not meant to live beneath your potential, constantly afraid of breaking something sacred. The Father delights when you handle blessing with wisdom. That's why He's teaching you management before manifestation. A steward knows how to multiply without losing gratitude, how to expand without forgetting the source. Picture your life as a garden again. Scarcity says, don't plant too many seeds, you might not have enough left. But stewardship says, plant boldly, for the soil belongs to God. That mindset produces a different kind of fruit, one that continues bearing even in dry seasons. Renewal also means releasing guilt. Sometimes believers struggle to receive abundance because they've been taught that prosperity equals pride. But divine increase is not ego, it's evidence. It testifies that obedience produces fruit. Poverty doesn't glorify God. Trust does. Gratitude does. When your life prospers in balance, spirit, body, and provision, you reveal the Father's character to the world. You're learning now that money itself is not the enemy. Fear is. Greed is. But money in the hands of the righteous becomes ministry. Ideas become impact. Vision becomes visible. That's why God is renewing your relationship with resources, so that when they come, they no longer master you, they serve you. Think of your thoughts as the soil in which God plants vision. If your mind is filled with weeds of worry and comparison, the seeds cannot grow. But when you meditate on truth, when you choose peace over panic, you create an atmosphere where creativity, strategy, and clarity flourish. The renewal of your mind also means unlearning limitation. You've been conditioned to think in measurements. If I save this much, I'll be safe. But heaven doesn't measure safety by storage. It measures it by surrender. God is not asking you to throw wisdom away. He's teaching you to make faith your first calculation. So ask yourself, what if everything I need already exists, just waiting for me to think differently? What if the next door opens not because I pushed harder, but because I finally believed it was mine to open? Chosen one. The old mindset kept you in survival cycles, working harder, yet feeling emptier. But as your mind renews, rest becomes your new productivity. Peace becomes your strategy. You will begin to sense that provision flows easier when you stop wrestling with it. The Father is reintroducing you to your true identity, a steward of divine resources. That means you're not desperate for blessing, you're responsible for it. When God places increase in your hands, He trusts that you'll remember who gave it. You'll know when to save, when to give, when to build, and when to rest. The renewal process is gentle but powerful. It's like a river smoothing the rough edges of a stone over time. Every revelation, every answered prayer, every moment of correction, each is a current shaping your mind to reflect the calm of heaven. So do not fear this transformation. You may feel uncomfortable as old thoughts lose their grip. But that's only because new thoughts are growing roots. You are trading anxiety for authority, scarcity for stewardship, doubt for divine direction. And soon, when you look back, you'll realize something beautiful. You no longer react to lack. You respond with wisdom. You no longer chase provision. You channel it. The renewed mind doesn't beg, it builds. Chosen one, God is not just funding your life. He is reforming it from the inside out. The currency of the kingdom begins in your thoughts. And from there, it flows into every part of your reality. The nets are ready. The deep water waits. And your renewed mind is the vessel that will carry the next great catch. Chosen one. By now, you are learning that the flow of heaven does not follow the rules of earth. You are beginning to grasp that faith itself is a kind of currency, one that moves faster than money, reaches farther than influence, and never depletes when spent. The wealth of heaven does not reside in material things, but in your ability to believe what cannot yet be seen. When you operate by this principle, you step into the current of supernatural supply. Earth systems are based on exchange. You give something to get something. But heaven's economy is based on trust. You believe, and therefore you receive. Faith is invisible, yet it purchases what nothing else can. Peace in chaos, strength in weakness, clarity in confusion. That's why faith is not an emotion, it's a force. It's the invisible hand that reaches into the unseen realm and pulls manifestation into the present. There was once a man named Tobias who dreamed of building wells in villages that had no clean water. He didn't have the funds or the connections, only a blueprint drawn on worn paper and a heart burning with conviction. Everyone told him it was impossible. Still, every night, he would stand under the stars and say, "God, you gave me the idea, you'll fund it." Months passed. Then one day, a stranger visited his town, a philanthropist searching for someone trustworthy to manage a project. Within weeks, Tobias was building his first well. That's the currency of faith it spends, even when the wallet is empty. According to what is revealed in the book of Hebrews, chapter 11, verse 1, now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. No, faith is substance. It's not vague, not wishful thinking. It is tangible in heaven's realm, weighty and real. When you believe, something forms. The unseen begins to shape itself around your conviction. This is why faith cannot coexist with panic. Panic tells you that time is running out. Faith tells you that time is under command. Panic says, "There's no way." Faith replies, "God is the way." When you carry faith, you carry divine purchasing power, the ability to draw from heaven's resources without earthly approval. But faith also matures. It grows through friction. The moments when nothing seems to work are not proof that your faith failed. They are opportunities for it to deepen. Just as muscles only grow under resistance, faith expands through pressure. when you choose to trust, even when you cannot trace. Heaven calls that strength, chosen one. Don't confuse waiting with weakness. Faith thrives in waiting. It stretches its roots downward while the surface remains still. Think of a tree in winter. Its branches may look lifeless, but underground, the roots are growing, anchoring, expanding, preparing for spring. That's what your faith is doing right now. The enemy's greatest weapon is discouragement, because he knows faith dies not from lack of evidence, but from lack of endurance. If he can convince you to stop believing too soon, he doesn't need to steal your promise. It withers on its own. But you are wiser now. You understand that silence from heaven is never absence, it's gestation. Faith also changes how you see provision. When you truly believe, you stop asking if God will provide and start discerning how He already is. You begin to notice the subtle ways He answers through people, through timing, through insight. Sometimes the miracle isn't that something appeared, it's that your eyes were open to see. It was there all along. Imagine faith as a key forged from trust. Every time you speak life, every time you refuse to panic, you add another notch to that key. Eventually, it fits the lock of the impossible. When the door opens, the world calls it coincidence, but heaven calls it consistency. Faith also demands speech. You cannot think your way into manifestation, you must declare it. Every declaration is a transaction. Words are spiritual currency. They either bankrupt or enrich your atmosphere. When you say, "I trust you, Lord," heaven moves. Angels interpret your faith into action. Chosen one. This is the season where God will teach you to live by invisible income. You will wake up with strategies that seem beyond your training. You'll meet people you never planned to meet. You'll step into opportunities that align too perfectly to be coincidence. That's what divine faith produces, alignment that looks accidental but is intentional. There will be moments when logic protests. Your mind will try to measure what your spirit already knows. Don't be alarmed. Even Abraham had to learn how to believe beyond his body's limits. Faith doesn't deny facts. It transcends them. It acknowledges reality, but refuses to be ruled by it. The secret to maintaining faith is intimacy. The more time you spend with the source, the stronger your currency grows. Every prayer, every whispered "thank you," every pause to listen, it all adds to your spiritual wealth. Doubt drains it. Worship multiplies it. Think of your faith as light in a lamp. The more oil of relationship you pour in, the brighter it burns. Without that oil, the light flickers, but with it, darkness loses authority. Chosen one. The greatest transactions in the kingdom are not made with coins or contracts, they're made with belief. Faith is heaven's legal tender. Accepted everywhere God reigns. And because He reigns everywhere, there is no situation beyond redemption. No circumstance beyond funding. You may not see the outcome yet, but faith says, it's already in motion. The letter has been sent. The order has been processed. The miracle is en route. Your only task is to keep the line open, keep believing, keep thanking, keep expecting. When others worry about inflation or shortage, you will rest, because your economy is not bound to theirs. You belong to a kingdom where faith never depreciates. So walk as one wealthy in belief. Spend it freely. Give it generously. And know this truth deep within your bones: faith spent on God always returns with interest. Chosen 1. Faith has begun to move within you, shaping how you see, think, and walk. Now heaven begins to draw near, not just to bless you, but to partner with you. You are learning that faith without action is potential waiting for direction. It's not enough to believe. You must move with what you believe. You are no longer standing at the edge of your miracle, wishing it would come. You are stepping into it, because divine funding flows not toward hesitation, but toward momentum. Heaven funds movement. When you step, resources follow. When you speak, doors open. When you obey, the way appears. There's a story about a woman named Amara who dreamed of starting a children's center in her city. She had the idea, the plan, and the heart, but not the funds. One night, while praying, she heard the whisper, "Start with what's in your hands." So she gathered 10 children in her living room and began to teach them. Weeks later, a journalist wrote a story about her efforts, and donations began pouring in. Today, that center feeds and educates hundreds. She didn't wait for funding. She moved in faith. And the funding met her on the road. That's what faith does. It's not just believing God can, it's acting as though He already has. According to what is written in the book of James, chapter 2, verse 17, faith by itself, if it is not accompanied by action, is dead. Faith is alive when you walk it out. The moment you take a single obedient step, heaven multiplies it. You may feel small, but your obedience carries divine weight. It commands the supernatural to align. Chosen 1. Sometimes the smallest act of faith unlocks the largest door. Maybe it's sending that message, applying again, starting the project, forgiving that person. Obedience looks simple on earth, but it's massive in the spirit. The angels respond to motion. Heaven recognizes movement as belief. Picture a river blocked by a single stone. When that stone is lifted, even slightly, the water rushes through. Unstoppable. Your next act of obedience is that lift. It doesn't need to be grand, just genuine. The Spirit is saying, do something with what you already know. This is the turning point where faith transforms into evidence. Every time you obey, your world shifts. Resources align. People notice. Favor locates you. And you realize it wasn't the act itself that changed things. It was your willingness to trust God enough to move. Obedience is heaven's favorite sound. It echoes louder than any song, because it harmonizes your will with God's. When He sees that alignment, He pourfaste, wider, deeper. But obedience also requires surrender. Sometimes God will ask you to release what feels comfortable so He can give you what's destined. The discomfort of obedience is temporary. The reward of faithfulness is eternal. Think of a seed again. It must be released into soil to grow. If it stays in your hand, it remains potential. When you act, when you release, you bury it in faith, and heaven takes over. You don't have to watch the soil or measure the rain. The process is automatic. That's what divine action feels like. You do your part, and God does what only He can do. Chosen 1. The season of hesitation is ending. You have prayed long enough. Now it's time to walk into your own answer. The miracles waiting for you are already active. They're just waiting for your step to meet them halfway. And as you move, remember, the proof of faith is not how loudly you declare, but how quietly you obey. Heaven moves fastest when your obedience is pure, humble, and unannounced. Let your life become the testimony. Let every small act of courage be a verse in your living scripture. When people ask, "How did you get here?" you'll simply say, "I moved when he said move." Now, take this moment as holy space. Breathe in the certainty that heaven is not far. It is flowing toward your motion. Type below, "Faith moves." Do it not as ritual, but as response. This simple declaration is an act of alignment. It tells heaven, "I am ready to act," not just believe. When you write those two words, you're saying, "God, my faith is alive." You don't have to see the whole path. You just have to take the next step. Each step becomes a seed. Each seed becomes supply. That's the mystery and beauty of divine funding. It follows the feet of the faithful, chosen one. It's your time to walk. The way will meet you as you move. Faith moves, and when it moves, it creates ripples that travel farther than you can see. Every obedient step you take sends out waves that touch other lives. You may not know who's watching, but someone somewhere will find courage because you acted. Obedience is contagious. It births faith in others. Think of a single pebble dropped into a calm lake. The circles expand, one after another, until the entire surface shifts. That's your life. When faith becomes motion, heaven uses your movement as momentum for someone else's miracle. You were never meant to walk alone. Your obedience lights the path for those behind you. When you type, "Faith moves," you're not only declaring readiness, you're planting a flag in the unseen. You're saying, "My hesitation is over. I'm walking by trust, not sight." That simple act is a form of spiritual warfare. It silences fear and crowns your courage. Every miracle recorded in Scripture began with movement. Moses stretched the staff. Esther stepped into the king's court. Peter stepped out of the boat. None of them saw the full picture. They just moved. And when they did, heaven responded. So take your step. Chosen one. Move in faith. The ripples you start today will become waves of testimony tomorrow. Chosen one. Pause for a heartbeat. Can you sense it? That quiet stirring in your chest, the gentle reminder that heaven hasn't forgotten you. The sound you hear beneath the noise of the world is the rhythm of divine provision, calling your name again. You've walked through droughts, waited in silence, and now the air itself feels different, charged with promise. This is what it feels like when heaven leans closer. You are standing in the place where divine abundance begins to overflow, not just to you, but through you. The presence of God doesn't simply bring blessing, it transforms you into a vessel that carries it. The Word of God declares in the first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 9, "Eye has not seen, ear has not heard, neither has it entered into the heart of man, the things which God has prepared for those who love Him." Can you feel that truth settle into your bones? What God is preparing for you exceeds imagination. The best plans you've made are only sketches compared to the masterpiece He's painting. But to experience it, you must stay close to the flow, close enough to hear the whisper when He says, "Now." And there was once a man named Jonah, not the prophet of the sea, but a builder who dreamed of constructing homes for the poor. For years, he drew blueprints that no one funded. Friends laughed gently and said, "Maybe you should focus on what's realistic." But Jonah couldn't shake the calling. One night, he dreamt of a river flooding through a desert, bringing green life to dead ground. When he woke, he knew what it meant. God will fund what he starts. Months later, a stranger approached him, saying, "We've been searching for a builder for a community project. Are you available?" The blueprints came alive. That is how divine provision often works. It finds you when you keep faith alive in the dry places. Think of your life as a field after rain. You can almost smell the earth waking up, drinking deeply. That's what obedience feels like. It softens the soil of your spirit so the seeds God planted can rise. Every prayer, every act of service, every moment of endurance, each was a seed waiting for this rain. Now, the rain is here. But here's the secret. The rain doesn't fall on closed ground. It fills what's open. Your openness is your invitation. God never forces his blessing. He flows where he's welcomed. That's why the next part of your journey is not about striving, but about staying available. Availability is faith's silent partner. It's when your heart whispers, "Lord, I'm here, whatever you want to do through me. Do it." In that posture, provision finds purpose. Chosen one. If these words have reached a soft place in your spirit, if something inside you feels seen, comforted, awakened, then let this moment linger. Let gratitude rise before anything else. Gratitude turns blessing into belonging. It reminds you that this flow is not random, it's relational. And in this moment of stillness, I want to tell you something gently, not as command, but as invitation. Stay connected to this stream of light. The same way rivers stay alive by connection to the source, your spirit thrives in continued flow. So if this message has poured peace into you, if it has made you remember who you are, then click like as a quiet amen. Not for numbers, not for recognition, but as an act of agreement, as if you're lighting a small lantern and placing it on the river to say, "I'm part of the flow." Now, and if you feel this message might reach someone else who's been standing in drought, someone who's forgotten that rain still falls, share it. Think of sharing not as promotion, but as passing the cup of living water that once reached you can now refresh another soul. Lastly, if you want to keep walking together in this river of revelation, subscribe. Imagine that simple act as planting a root beside a riverbank. Every time new rain falls, every time heaven releases a fresh word, you'll draw from it naturally. It's not obligation, it's staying near the source. Because this isn't about platforms or clicks, it's about continuity. Faith grows stronger when it remains connected. The same way vines need trellises to climb, we need community to rise. When we link together, our testimonies intertwine like branches heavy with fruit. Chosen one. What God is preparing for you is not just blessing, it's legacy. You are not simply receiving, you are being entrusted. The divine economy isn't about possession, it's about participation. You are part of something larger, something eternal, something that outlives you. Picture it, thousands of lights scattered across a dark landscape, each one representing a person who dared to believe again. Each like becomes a spark. Each share, a beam reaching farther. Each subscribe, a strand of connection forming a net of light across the earth. That is how heaven spreads quietly, beautifully, through willing hearts. And one day, when you look back, you'll realize this was more than just a moment online. It was the beginning of your overflow season. You didn't just hear a message, you answered one. You didn't just watch, you aligned. Let gratitude fill the air around you now. The rain is still falling. The field of your life is shimmering with promise. And from this day forward, you will never thirst the same way again. The stream has found you. Stay in it. And watch how every dry place begins to bloom. Chosen one. The air around you is changing because heaven has declared a new season, the transfer season. This is the moment when what was stored up in waiting begins to move into your possession. You have sown faithfully, waited patiently, endured quietly. And now the shift has begun. The wealth of heaven is not only spiritual, it often manifests through opportunity, creativity, and divine connection. You are standing in the time where transfer is not just prophecy, it is process. In Scripture, we see again and again how God moves resources from one place to another to fulfill purpose. When Israel left Egypt, they did not leave empty-handed. The same hands that once built Pharaoh's kingdom walked out carrying gold and silver. Why? Because God never lets his chosen ones exit a season poorer than they entered it. Every wilderness ends with restoration. Every captivity ends with recompense. But the transfer isn't just about material exchange, it's about assignment. God moves wealth toward those whose hearts are aligned with his will. He shifts influence into hands that will use it to build, not boast. The divine exchange happens when heaven trusts your stewardship. That's why this season began with refinement, because you cannot carry the treasures of heaven with the mentality of Egypt. As the prophet wrote in the book of Proverbs, chapter 13, verse 22, "The wealth of the sinner is laid up for the righteous." This truth is not arrogance, it's divine order. It reminds us that unrighteous accumulation never lasts forever. Eventually, what was gathered by greed will be redirected by grace. You, chosen one, are being positioned to receive, not to hoard, but to heal. God is transferring not just wealth, but weight, influence, ideas, favor, and opportunity that carry purpose. There's a story told of a woman named Kezia. She worked as a seamstress, patching old garments for others while dreaming of creating her own designs. Years went by, and she stitched for survival. Then one day, a client left behind a bag of fabric, rare, colorful, unlike anything she had ever touched. She called to return it, but the owner said, "Keep it. I felt led to give it to you." That night, Kezia began to sew her first creation. Within months, her designs caught attention, and orders came from far beyond her small town. The fabric wasn't just cloth, it was transfer, God's way of placing resources in new hands. You may not receive gold or property overnight, but divine transfer often begins in subtle shifts. A conversation that leads to an open door, an idea that suddenly bears fruit, a connection that seems ordinary but turns out to be providence. Heaven's economy moves quietly, but when it moves, it reorders everything. Chosen one, recognize the signs of transfer. It's when what once resisted you starts responding to you. When things that were hard suddenly yield. When favor finds you faster than effort. That's the evidence of divine handoff. But transfer is not only a gift, it's a test. What will you do with what arrives? Will you use it to build others or build walls? The abundance coming is meant to circulate. The moment you try to clutch it tightly, the flow slows. But when you keep it open, sowing, sharing, blessing, the current remains strong. Imagine a vast sky filled with migrating birds. They move in patterns, shifting formation effortlessly, always in rhythm with unseen currents of air. That's how the wealth of heaven moves, fluid, directed, guided by divine wind. Those who learn to follow the flow never strive, they glide. You are part of that migration now. God is placing new responsibility in your hands because He trusts your heart. That trust is the highest currency of all. Every resource carries assignment. Every déposit demande discernement. Some of what's coming isn't just for you, it's meant to fund someone else's freedom, someone else's vision. In this transfer season, discernment will be your compass. Not every opportunity is divine. Some are distractions disguised as doors. That's why you must listen deeper than surface promises. The Spirit will teach you to recognize the difference between glitter and gold, between pressure and prompting. You may begin to notice that things you once chased now start chasing you. Clients, connections, ideas suddenly drawn into your orbit. Don't be surprised. When your spirit matures, heaven adjusts its magnetism. The right things begin to recognize their rightful owner. This is not about ego, it's about evidence. God loves to demonstrate His justice by rewarding faithfulness. Every delay that frustrated you was actually storage time. Heaven doesn't waste waiting. It warehouses wealth until the righteous are ready. You are ready now, chosen one. As this season unfolds, humility must remain your anchor. For those who rise without reverence, the height becomes hollow. But those who keep gratitude as foundation will find that the higher God lifts them. The stronger their roots grow. Remember, transfer is not transaction, it's transformation. When heaven trusts you with more, it's confirming your maturity. This isn't about numbers or possessions, it's about kingdom stewardship. You are becoming a conduit through which divine supply meets human need. Picture your life as a network of golden threads. Each thread represents a connection, a moment, a gift. As God begins to weave new threads into your tapestry, you'll start to see patterns that make sense only in hindsight. Where there was once chaos, now there's coherence. Where there was once lack, now there's design. The transfer is happening even now, quietly, invisibly, perfectly. You don't have to chase it, you simply have to remain aligned. Stay in gratitude, stay in integrity, stay in flow. One day soon, you'll look around and realize you didn't climb to this place, you were carried. Every promotion, every open door, every divine partnership, it was heaven's hand lifting you from beneath the surface. And when that realization settles in, peace will come. You'll know that the God who funds vision is the same God who transfers the means to fulfill it. The transfer season is here. Step forward with wisdom and let heaven's flow find your hands ready. Chosen one. The atmosphere around your spirit is vibrating with something divine. Heaven is not just preparing to bless you, it is preparing to complete something that has been in motion for a long time. Every unfinished promise, every half-built dream, every prayer that felt paused, This is the hour of fulfillment. This is a holy completion. Not the end of your story, but the closing of a long, painful chapter so that the next can begin. You are stepping into a season where the waiting ends, the wondering fades, and the work of God becomes visible. For years, you have labored in faith while others walked in ease. You stayed consistent when others quit. You carried a quiet promise in your heart, not knowing when it would come to pass. But heaven never lost track of your timeline. God has been orchestrating every delay, every detour, every moment that felt wasted. None of it was for nothing. The voice of God thundered in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6. He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Unrate, completion is not instant, it's cultivated. It happens when all the scattered pieces of your life finally begin to make sense. It's like standing before a mosaic. You remember each broken shard, but now you see how they fit together into beauty. What once felt random now feels precise. What once hurt now heals. Chosen one. The number for this moment is 1111, a number of perfect alignment, divine oneness, and heaven's order being mirrored on earth. When you type 1111 below, you are not performing a ritual. You are declaring, I am aligned with heaven's completion. It means that your spirit, your path, and God's plan have converged into divine synchronization. Let me show you something through a story. There was a woman named Rebecca who worked for years on a manuscript she believed God had inspired her to write. She poured tears, prayers, and countless nights into its pages. But just before she completed it, her computer crashed, every file lost. Devastated, she abandoned the project, certain it was over. Months later, while clearing old drawers, she found a printed draft of her first chapters, the only copy left. The words were raw, but alive. That day she felt a stirring, start again. Within a year, her book was published, reaching thousands. What she thought was destruction was actually redirection. Grace finished what heartbreak tried to bury. That's what 1111 represents, divine alignment after delay. The moment when all fragments of your journey finally stand in formation. It's heaven saying, everything is now where it belongs. End of teen. Sometimes God allows the pause so that the final product carries greater glory. You see, completion doesn't only happen when the project ends, it happens when you are ready to handle the result. Heaven would rather delay your success than deliver it before your character can sustain it. Look back over your journey. Every moment of breaking was also shaping. Every disappointment carved depth into your heart so that when completion came, you'd recognize its worth. You wouldn't treat the miracle as common, you'd hold it as holy. Completion feels like sunrise after endless night. It's not loud, it's luminous. Slowly, light stretches across the horizon, touching everything that was once shadowed. That's what God is doing now, bringing light to the places where confusion reigned. The clarity coming to you will not only answer questions, it will heal them. Chosen one. Heaven is saying, it is finished, not in exhaustion, but in victory. The striving that once drained you is over. You are entering the season of rest-born reward. This is where harvest begins to show, not because you chased it, but because you endured. There's a fragrance that surrounds completion, a scent of peace, of promise fulfilled. You'll recognize it in the next few weeks when certain things fall into place effortlessly. Conversations will resolve. Projects will conclude. Prayers will echo back with yes. That is the aroma of fulfillment, the signature of divine order. And yet, this completion isn't selfish, it's generational. What God finalizes in your life will ripple through your family line. Old cycles of failure are breaking. Patterns of unfinished stories are being rewritten. Where others stopped short, you will finish strong. Where previous generations carried delay, you will carry deliverance. The number 1111 is a mirror, number 4, one standing side by side, symbolizing divine symmetry between heaven and earth, spirit and flesh, past and future, promise and fulfillment. It is a reminder that the same God who spoke the beginning is now speaking the end, and both echo his goodness. When you write it, you're saying, "Heaven and I stand as one." No, picture your life like a tapestry being woven. For years, you only saw the underside, the loose threads, the tangles, the confusion. But now God is turning the fabric over, showing you the design, every color, every knot, every line has purpose. This unveiling is not sudden, it's sacred. Completion also comes with closure. Some doors will shut without explanation. Some people will fade quietly. Don't chase what God has concluded. Not every ending is loss, some are liberation. Trust that anything removed is making room for restoration. Chosen one. Don't fear this shift. You are not being emptied, you are being finalized. You are not losing, you are leveling. You are becoming the finished version of what grace began. And when it's done, you'll look around and whisper, "Now I see why it took so long." Every tear will make sense. Every lonely night will reveal its lesson. The beauty of completion is that it always justifies the process. So, as you read these words, take a quiet moment. Feel the peace that comes with divine finality. Type 1111 below, not as a habit, but as a seal. Let it stand as your amen to heaven's decree that what God started in you will not die unfinished. The storm has settled. The soil is still. The work is complete. Grace has done what effort could not. Chosen one. Rest. Now your building season continues. But the foundation is finished. Heaven has signed the blueprint. Completed in divine alignment. No. Chosen one. Something beautiful happens after divine completion. It is the beginning of multiplication. When God finishes a season, He does not stop, He multiplies. Completion was never meant to be an ending, but a new platform for expansion. You've crossed through the refining fire, and now the embers of faith begin to glow brighter. The next breath of heaven will turn them into flame. Multiplication is not random increase, it's divine mathematics. In the natural world, growth adds. In the kingdom, growth multiplies. One seed doesn't produce one tree, it produces an orchard. One act of obedience doesn't create one result, it creates waves that reach generations. There was once a farmer named Jethro who tended a small piece of land on the edge of a drought-stricken village. Each year, his harvest was smaller than before, yet he never stopped sowing. Neighbors mocked him. "Why waste seed when the sky has closed?" Jethro replied, "Because I'm not sowing for the sky, I'm sowing for the promise." One night, a sudden wind brought rain from the mountains, watering the ground. The following season, his field yielded enough to feed not just his family, but the entire village. His faith became their provision. That is what multiplication looks like. What begins with one faithful act becomes many blessings unfolding. As recorded in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 13, verse 8, "But others fell on good soil and produced a crop, some 100, some 60, some 30 times what was sown." End of send. This is the principle now unfolding in your life. The soil of your obedience has finally matured. Heaven has seen your consistency, your patience, your hidden sacrifices, and now the seeds you planted in tears are being watered by grace. But multiplication is not chaotic, it follows divine order. The Creator never multiplies what isn't first refined. That's why your pruning season was necessary. Every time God removed something, He wasn't subtracting, He was preparing space for expansion. Think of a vine that's trimmed before spring. At first, it looks bare, stripped, even lifeless. But when the sun returns, new shoots emerge, stronger, carrying more fruit than before. What once looked like loss was actually the mathematics of heaven, making room for increase. Chosen one, the fruit that's about to appear in your life will not come from striving, it will come from alignment. Multiplication flows where surrender lives. When your will aligns with heaven's rhythm, growth happens naturally. You won't have to chase opportunities. They'll begin to sprout around you like flowers after rain. And yet, multiplication carries responsibility. The more fruit grows, the more weight the branches bear. You must learn to strengthen your roots, the unseen parts of your life, your prayer life, your integrity, your compassion. These are roots. Without them, the abundance above will collapse. God doesn't just want to make you fruitful. He wants to make you sustainable. You've seen what happens when people rise too quickly without root. The branches break under success. But you are different. Heaven has taken its time with you so that when multiplication comes, you will not be overwhelmed. You will be ready. This readiness is a sign of maturity. You have learned to handle both silence and song, both waiting and winning. You know now that provision doesn't change purpose, it amplifies it. When resources multiply, your mission should expand, not your ego. Imagine standing in a field at dawn. All around you are stalks of wheat, bending slightly under the weight of their grain. The wind moves through them, and the field sways like a golden ocean. That's your life now, a landscape of answered prayers, dreams fulfilled, and possibilities yet to come. But in the distance, you can still hear the whisper of humility. Remember who gave the rain. Multiplication is not only about what you receive, it's about what you release. The overflow is meant to flow. God multiplies through you, not just to you. The greatest proof of increase is generosity. When you give from abundance, heaven refills without delay. It's the divine law of circulation. The same water that flows out will return, purified and multiplied. Chosen one. In this season, your time will multiply. Your creativity will multiply. Your influence will multiply. Even your words will carry more weight. You'll speak once and see results that used to take years. That's the acceleration of grace. But remember, speed is not the goal. Stability is. Multiplication without structure is chaos. God is giving you both growth and grounding. He's building systems around your calling so that your fruit remains. This is why strategy is being birthed in your spirit, new ideas, business plans, creative solutions, partnerships. These are not random thoughts, they're blueprints for expansion. Let gratitude be your daily rhythm. Gratitude is the fence that protects blessing. When you remain thankful, breathe their finds, no foothold. Each morning, wake with the words, "Thank you for the more," and "Thank you for the strength to manage it." And if you find yourself wondering why God would multiply, you remember this: multiplication is not a reward, it's a response. Heaven multiplies what mirrors its own nature. When God sees himself in your generosity, your patience, your kindness, he multiplies it. You have carried his heart faithfully through scarcity, and now he trusts you with abundance. Soon, you'll notice that your presence alone begins to shift atmospheres. People around you will find provision through proximity, not because you're special in flesh, but because you've become a living channel of heaven's overflow. You are a walking storehouse, a portable promise, a vessel that carries multiplication in every word and gesture. And when this realization settles into you, peace will follow. You'll stop asking, "Why me?" and start saying, "Use me." That is the true posture of the multiplied, chosen one. Multiplication has already begun. You can't always measure it yet, but it's moving quietly, powerfully, faithfully. Seeds are sprouting in unseen soil, and soon the harvest will cover the horizon. Your waiting has not been wasted. Every season had a purpose. Every tear watered the ground for this very moment. The vine is alive again. The field is full. The promise is multiplying. Chosen one. The air is calm now, and you can finally hear the quiet rhythm of God's order pulsing beneath everything. After completion, always comes clarity. When the dust of striving settles, what remains is revelation, insight, wisdom, and direction that could not grow in chaos. This is the season where you begin to understand not only what God has done, but why. You've walked through storms that tried to scatter your focus, but now the clouds part. The horizon expands. What once felt confusing is beginning to form a pattern. This is divine understanding, a gift that doesn't just fill the mind but steadies the heart. In this stillness, you will begin to notice the whispers of heaven more clearly. Divine ideas will start surfacing like shells appearing as the tide retreats. Don't rush to gather them all at once. Listen. Wait. The Spirit is teaching you discernment, the ability to tell the difference between good ideas and God ideas. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 3, "Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and your plans will succeed." Success, in heaven's language, is not speed, it's alignment. You are now learning the rhythm of divine pacing. Some things will happen fast, like lightning strikes of favor. Others will unfold slowly, like sunrise. Both are holy. Both are necessary. Chosen one. The clarity you are receiving is not random inspiration, it's strategy. God is equipping you to sustain what has begun. The plans forming in your heart carry blueprint energy, divine architecture for what comes next. He's not just giving you resources, he's teaching you how to structure them. There's a story told about a man named Ezra. He was a potter who became known not for the size of his vases, but for their balance. When asked how his pottery never cracked under heat, he said, "Because I spin slowly." He explained that rushing the wheel weakens the clay. The slower he worked, the stronger it became. That's the rhythm of heaven, slow enough to build depth, strong enough to hold glory. That's what God is doing with you now. He's teaching you how to build with balance. Not everything must happen at once. Divine timing ensures that growth does not destroy you. You've outgrown panic-paced faith. You no longer demand that every dream happen immediately. You have learned that the slow work of God is never wasteful. This season of clarity will also bring pruning again, but in a gentler way. Some habits, distractions, and routines that once served you will quietly fall away. You'll find yourself craving simplicity, wanting less noise, fewer comparisons, cleaner focus. That's the mark of maturity. You no longer chase every opportunity. You wait for the right ones to find you. Chosen one. Wisdom is the currency that sustains wealth. Without wisdom, resources decay. With wisdom, even small beginnings expand. God is now weaving wisdom into your decisions. Conversations will feel different. You'll discern motives faster. You'll know when to speak and when to stay silent. This is the mark of stewardship, maturing into mastery. Think of your life as a harp. Each string represents an area: family, faith, work, calling, rest. In the past, your strings were out of tune. You played, but the melody wavered. Now, the master musician has taken you in his hands, tightening, tuning, aligning. The process may sting, but the sound that follows is worth it. Soon, your life will release harmony that others will hear and find peace in. As clarity grows, you'll start to sense direction with precision. Where before you said, "Maybe this," now you'll say, "This is it." Where once you feared making the wrong move, now confidence will rise, because you've learned to move only at God's signal. That assurance is the fruit of alignment. Clarity will also expose deception. People or opportunities that once seemed perfect will now feel off in your spirit. Don't fight that discernment, honor it. The Spirit's no is as holy as his yes. Some doors close because what's inside could drain your destiny. Trust that heaven's protection often looks like rejection. You are also about to experience mental clarity, peace, where there was confusion. The fog that once clouded your vision will lift. Ideas that used to feel tangled will suddenly untie themselves. You'll begin to see how everything connects: the past lessons, the present tests, the future promise. Chosen one. This clarity is not just for your own advancement, it's for others too. God is positioning you as a voice of direction in dark spaces. People will seek your insight because your words will carry weight. They'll be shaped by prayer, not pride. Your wisdom will feed others. Just as you were once fed by revelation in your wilderness, picture this: a lighthouse standing on a quiet coast. The waves crash. The wind howls. But the light remains steady, cutting through the storm. That's you now, a signal for others who are still lost in fog. Your stability becomes their safety. And as you continue walking in this clarity, you'll find peace replacing pressure. You won't feel the need to prove anything anymore. The need for applause fades when you realize you already have God's approval. You're no longer chasing validation. You're following vision. This calm understanding will make you magnetic. Opportunities will find you because peace attracts provision. Heaven's flow gravitates toward quiet confidence. It avoids chaos. When your spirit stays calm, favor can recognize you. Chosen one. The wisdom of this season is simple yet profound. Don't rush what God is still revealing. Each revelation is a seed. Let it germinate. Don't trade divine timing for temporary thrill. Trust that God's process is more precise than any plan you could design. And when you feel stillness again, don't confuse it with stagnation. Stillness is strength collecting itself. The soil doesn't speak while roots deepen. You are becoming a reservoir of revelation, a place where divine ideas find rest. Every insight that flows through you will carry peace as its signature. So breathe deeply. Let understanding settle. The storm has not just ended. It has taught you how to listen to the wind. You now know how to hear God, not only in thunder, but in whispers. You are ready for the next instruction. Heaven is about to build through you clearly, wisely, beautifully. Chosen one. You've come far through storms, silence, testing, and revelation. Each season shaped you in ways you couldn't see then, but now it's becoming clear. You are no longer standing at the beginning of the journey. You are standing at the river's bend, where the flow widens, where the current softens, and where purpose begins to take visible form. Heaven has moved you from receiving revelation to carrying responsibility. You are no longer just being filled, you are being poured out. This is the rhythm of kingdom abundance. God blesses you not to make you heavy, but to make you a vessel that carries refreshment to others. As it is written in the book of Luke, chapter 6, verse 38, "Give, and it will be given to you, a good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap." This verse is not about transaction, it's about transformation. It describes a heart posture where generosity is not duty, but delight. When giving flows from gratitude, heaven multiplies it beyond arithmetic. There's a story of a man named Elias who ran a small repair shop in a forgotten part of town. He lived modestly, fixing bicycles and mending chairs, never thinking much about wealth. One day, he heard a message that stirred his spirit. Whatever you give to God, He will return to you in ways you cannot measure. That night, Elias took the last bit of money he'd saved for himself and used it to buy school supplies for the neighborhood children. He didn't expect anything in return. Weeks later, a businessman who had heard of his kindness offered to fund an entire community workshop under his name. Elias smiled through tears and said, "I gave out of need, but God gave out of love." That is the heart of divine generosity. It begins with compassion and ends with multiplication. Chosen one. When you open your hands, heaven recognizes the motion. God never forces generosity. He invites it, the same way rain falls only on open soil. Blessings flow where hearts are unguarded. Giving is not about parting with what you have. It's about partnering with what heaven is doing. When you sow into what feeds your spirit, you don't lose, you plant. The seed might leave your hand, but it never leaves your life. It grows roots in unseen places and returns as fruit at unexpected times. If these words have touched you, if this stream of revelation has refreshed your faith, rekindled your hope, or reminded you that God still funds purpose, then let gratitude move through you naturally. Click like as your quiet way of saying, "This word found me." Think of it as placing a small stone at the river's edge, marking the spot where you met revelation again. Share this message as you would hand someone a warm loaf of bread, something nourishing, something alive. You never know who's starving for the same hope that just reached you. Subscribe not because you owe it, but because you want to stay where the living water flows. Subscribing is like setting up camp beside the river. It keeps you close to the sound of truth when the noise of the world gets too loud. And finally, leave a comment below. It doesn't have to be long, just a word, a line, a phrase that reflects what you felt. Think of your comment as tossing a pebble into the water. Each ripple might reach someone scrolling in silence, reminding them that faith is still alive. Sometimes one word, peace, hope, "I'm still here," can become another person's turning point. Your words, your likes, your shares, they aren't statistics, they're signals of light. Each action says, "I'm part of the flow." Together, they weave a net of faith wide enough to catch hearts drifting far from hope. Chosen one, thank you for listening, for believing, for walking with faith alive in you. This journey continues because hearts like yours keep it flowing. Stay close to the river. Keep your heart open. Let every act of engagement, every click, every comment, every share be your way of saying, "I am part of this light." And because in the kingdom, nothing given in love ever disappears. It just changes form and finds its way back home. And as this light keeps traveling, it gathers strength. Every heart that responds becomes a new spark in the chain, carrying warmth farther than words alone could reach. What you feel now, this quiet peace, is proof that heaven is near. Some will find this message days or months from now and feel that same peace because you chose to engage today. That's how the kingdom multiplies, through small, sincere actions that never lose power. The ripple you started might comfort a stranger at midnight, remind a dreamer to keep building, or lift someone who thought faith had forgotten them. Every ripple matters. So rest in this truth. When light meets willing hands, it never farders, it travels. And your simple act of presence keeps the current of heaven alive in the earth. Chosen one, when heaven pours abundance into your life, there comes a sacred shift. You stop depending on what is borrowed and begin walking in what is owned. This is the season where God ends the cycle of dependence, where you move from asking for permission to carrying authority, from surviving on borrowed oil to overflowing with your own. For too long, you have borrowed strength from others' faith. You've leaned on encouragement to keep going, on reassurance to stay steady. But now, heaven is teaching you how to stand in maturity. The Spirit is whispering, you are the lender now, not the borrower. This transformation is not about money alone, it's about mindset. Borrowing is a posture of lack, it says. I don't have enough, so I must take from elsewhere. Lending, in heaven's language, is about overflow, it says. I have more than enough to give. This shift doesn't happen when you gain wealth. It happens when you gain wisdom. There was once a young craftsman named Amos who always borrowed tools from his neighbors. Each time, he promised to return them quickly. And he did. But inside, he felt small, dependent, unseen. One day, an older man watched him working and said, Amos. Your hands are gifted, but your mindset is borrowed. Those words struck him deeply. From that day, he began to save and to pray, trusting God for his own tools. In time, he not only owned his workshop, but began lending tools freely to others. He smiled one morning as he saw others working with what once belonged to him and whispered, "Now I understand God didn't want me to borrow for survival. He wanted me to lend for purpose." End quote. According to what is written in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 12, the Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of his bounty, to send rain on your land in season, and to bless all the work of your hands. You will lend to many nations, but will borrow from none. That verse is not just promise, it is prophecy. It means heaven's storehouse is never empty. And you, chosen one, are part of that supply chain. God's desire is not for you to constantly depend on others for emotional strength, affirmation, or provision. His plan is to make you a source, a carrier of stability for those still learning to believe. Lending is not only financial, it's spiritual. When you lend peace, you bring calm to anxious hearts. When you lend wisdom, you shorten someone else's wilderness. When you lend kindness, you reflect the heart of the Father. This new season calls you to walk as one who owns peace. Peace will no longer be something you search for in external quiet. It will be something that emanates from within you. You will walk into chaotic rooms and find the atmosphere shifting simply because your presence carries stillness. It also means owning purpose. Borrowed dreams fade fast. Owned callings endure. You've borrowed others' visions before. What inspired them inspired you. But now, God is clarifying your own assignment. He's saying, no more borrowed blueprints. You are not a copy. You are a creation. What he's building through, you will carry your fingerprints and his signature. You'll notice something new when you speak. People will listen differently. There will be weight in your words. Because you're no longer echoing others, you're speaking from revelation, lived, not borrowed. Experience has forged authenticity in your tone. Chosen one. The Lord is also ending the emotional borrowing that drained you. You will no longer need constant validation to feel valuable. Heaven's affirmation has already been stamped upon your spirit. The Father calls you approved, not because of perfection, but because of purpose. You'll begin to sense it in small moments, when peace stays where panic used to live, when rest replaces rush, when gratitude replaces grasping. That's ownership in motion. Think of your life as a house that once had rooms you rented to fear and doubt. They paid nothing yet, took everything. Now the owner has returned the Holy Spirit, reclaiming every space, room by room. He's evicting what doesn't belong. Soon, you'll walk through the corridors of your soul and find no vacancies, only presence. Owning also means responsibility. To be the lender is to carry discernment to know when to give and when to guard. Generosity without wisdom can drain what God meant to multiply. That's why he teaches balance before blessing. The truly wealthy know that real riches are managed with humility. In this season, your prayers will begin to sound different. You'll stop asking, "Lord, give me enough," and start saying, "Lord, make me a blessing." That's the language of ownership. It's the difference between requesting supply and becoming supply. You will also feel a deeper level of gratitude, because ownership always births stewardship. You'll handle resources, time, talents, influence with careful joy. Knowing they are tools of kingdom impact, you'll stop comparing your portion to another's and start refining what's in your hands. Picture yourself walking through a wide vineyard at dawn. The vines stretch as far as the eye can see, heavy with ripe fruit. Once, you used to dream of having one small cluster to taste. Now, the Lord says, walk freely, this vineyard belongs to you. You realize you were never meant to sneak blessings like a guest. You were meant to tend them as a child of the owner. And as you begin to live this truth, your very posture will change. The heaviness of striving lifts. Confidence, not pride. But quiet assurance settles in your spirit. You will notice that you speak with calm authority, pray with clarity, and act with grace. That is the demeanor of those who understand who they are and whose they are. Chosen one. You are not walking into ownership. You're walking as ownership. The promises you carry are no longer just ahead of you. They live within you. You've been authorized by heaven to represent divine provision wherever you go. The days of spiritual borrowing are over. You are stepping into self-sustaining faith, the kind that flows directly from the source. Heaven has entrusted you with its currency, peace, wisdom, and authority. And soon, those who once lent to you will look again and say, something's changed. And you will smile, knowing it was never about having more, it was about becoming more. Chosen one. The deeper you walk into ownership, the more you realize that abundance is not a destination, it's a discipline. Divine provision is not random favor, it's sustained flow built through trust, obedience, and order. What God is giving you now must be managed with wisdom, because prosperity without purpose quickly turns into pressure. You are entering a sacred balance, where every blessing comes with instruction, and every increase carries intention. God is not simply giving you more, He's teaching you how to hold more without losing peace. This is stewardship, the divine art of maintaining abundance while staying anchored in humility. The Father is saying, I can trust you now, because you no longer worship what I give you, honor who I am. That is maturity. True wealth is never about possession, it's about perspective. When you can hold plenty, yet stay grateful. When you can expand, yet stay gentle. Heaven knows its resources are safe in your hands. There's a story told of a man named Nathaniel, a vineyard keeper. His vines produced more grapes than any in the region, and people often asked for his secret. He smiled and said, I don't chase fruit. I care for roots. He knew that fruit was inevitable where roots were healthy. That's how you are learning to live focused, not on the outcomes, but on the unseen systems that sustain them. As it is written in the Gospel of John, chapter 15, verse 5, I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. These words are your blueprint for sustained abundance. Staying connected is the secret. When you remain in Him through prayer, gratitude, and obedience, the flow never stops. Abundance dries up only when disconnection begins. Chosen one. This season is not about dramatic leaps, it's about steady growth. God is forming rhythms of peace around your daily life, habits that keep your heart centered even as your influence expands. The quiet decisions you make now will determine how high you rise later. You are learning that prosperity is not proven by accumulation, but by consistency. It's the peace that endures after the blessing arrives. Many people can handle lack. Few can handle abundance. Lack keeps one desperate. But abondance teste discipline. You are being taught how to handle more without being owned by it. In this season, God is reshaping your relationship with time, energy, and attention. These are currencies more valuable than money. What you focus on multiplies. So the Spirit is teaching you to invest your attention wisely, to sow it into relationships that edify, projects that align, and thoughts that uplift. Distraction is the enemy of destiny. So clarity becomes protection. Think of your soul as a garden. Some areas are thriving, others are overgrown, and a few may need pruning. The gardener is walking through now, trimming what no longer bears fruit, replanting where the soil has rested too long. This is not punishment, it's precision. Every snip is making room for new growth. Chosen one. You will start noticing how heaven guides your schedule in subtle ways. Some opportunities will feel heavy in your spirit. That's discernment telling you, not this one. Others will come with ease. Aligning perfectly without forcing, that's confirmation. The mature steward learns to recognize peace as permission. This new level of abundance will also demand emotional balance. The more God entrusts you with, the more humility you'll need to sustain it. Pride wants to perform, peace wants to serve. Stay low enough for grace to flow through you unhindered. The Spirit will also begin refining your motives. Before every new level, God checks the heart. Why do you want this blessing? If the answer is recognition, the flow slows. If the answer is impact, it expands. Heaven funds pure motives faster than ambitious ones. That's why the pruning feels personal, because purpose is personal. Soon, the things that once made you anxious will no longer hold power. You'll look at challenges and see systems, not setbacks. Problems will turn into patterns, waiting for solution. The peace of a true steward is not the absence of difficulty, but the presence of divine order within it. You may also notice that certain people will drift away, not in anger, but in alignment. Some connections were meant for your wilderness, not your vineyard. When the fruit comes, their purpose completes. Bless them quietly, release them freely, and stay focused. Every farewell makes space for new collaborators designed for this stage of your assignment. Chosen one. Your calling now carries weight. Heaven is counting on your stability to sustain the movement you're part of. You are not just a recipient of abundance, you're an example of it. Every decision, every word, every act of grace becomes a lesson for those who will come after you. This is why integrity is non-negotiable. When abundance arrives, temptation often follows to shortcut, to self-promote, to forget the source. But you have been refined too deeply to trade truth for speed. Remember, a tower built on sand collapses. A tower built on faith endures. The peace you carry will now be tested in real ways. Business dealings, conversations, responsibilities. But each test is an opportunity to prove that your prosperity has principles. When you choose honesty over haste, compassion over convenience, heaven applauds in silence. And at night, when the noise fades and the day's work is done, you will feel something new, a quiet satisfaction. Not from success, but from stewardship. You'll realize that your purpose is not to gather wealth, but to mirror God's nature: generous, ordered, abundant, and kind. Chosen one. This is sustained abundance, not a moment, but a movement. You have entered the part of your story where blessings no longer surprise you because you understand the source. You have become trustworthy soil. You are the vineyard and the vessel, the keeper and the carrier. The flow is continuous, and you are the channel through which heaven keeps proving that divine order never runs dry. Chosen one. Heaven is turning the page again. This next part of your journey is not about endurance, it's about elevation. You've learned to wait, to work, to water your faith through dry seasons. But now the wind is shifting. God is lifting you higher, not so you can be seen, but so that you can see differently. Élévation change perspective. What once looked like mountains from the ground will look like patterns from above. The obstacles that felt overwhelming will suddenly make sense, like pieces of a greater design. From here, you'll begin to understand that the climb wasn't punishment, it was preparation for sight. As was spoken in the book of Isaiah, chapter 55, verse 9, "For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts." Heaven's perspective doesn't erase pain, it redeems it. You start to see how even disappointments were part of divine redirection. Every detour was God steering you away from danger. Every closed door was grace, protecting your timing. Chosen one. In this season, God will elevate not only your position, but your perception. He will raise the way you see yourself, your calling, your purpose. You've spent long enough viewing your destiny through the lens of limitation. The Spirit is now removing that filter so you can perceive as heaven perceives clearly, completely, compassionately. Elevation requires release. Before you rise, you must drop what can't ascend: pride, resentment, guilt. These are weights disguised as memories. If you hold them, they'll keep your wings bound. But if you release them, heaven will lift you. Imagine a hot air balloon tied to the ground with thick ropes. No matter how much flame burns beneath it, it cannot rise until the ropes are cut. Some of those ropes in your life are not external, they're emotional. Fear of failure, attachment to old versions of yourself, loyalty to what God already released you from. Heaven is saying gently, cut the ropes. And elevation also brings exposure. When God lifts you, more people see you. Not all who see you will understand you, but that's part of the process. You are no longer hidden, you are positioned. Light attracts both seekers and skeptics. Don't fear that. The same light that exposes will also protect. Chosen one. As you rise, the air may feel thinner, it's quieter, purer, lonelier. That's normal. Eagles fly alone for a reason. The wind is stronger at high altitudes. But that isolation isn't punishment, it's insulation. It's God preserving your focus in an atmosphere where distraction can't breathe. In this elevation, God is aligning you with visionaries and kingdom builders, people who see farther, dream larger, pray deeper. They won't drain your spirit, they'll draw from it in rhythm, not rivalry. Your conversations will feel lighter, your collaborations holier. That's how you'll know you're among your kind. This is also the season where your influence expands. Your words will reach farther than you expect through conversations, through digital spaces, through the simple act of consistency. But remember, elevation doesn't mean self-exaltation. The higher God lifts you, the lower your posture should become. The secret of altitude in the kingdom is humility. Now, there's a prophetic number tied to this moment of rising. 7,777. Type 7,777 below, not out of superstition, but as agreement. This number represents divine completion with elevation 4 sevens, symbolizing the layers of perfection: mind, body, spirit, and purpose, all aligned with heaven's order. It's a declaration that you're stepping into the fullness of what was promised. When you write 7,777, you're saying, I rise with grace, I ascend in peace, I move higher without pride. It's your affirmation that this lift is led by God, not by ego. Let me tell you a story of elevation wrapped in surrender. There was a sculptor named Lucan who spent years carving a single marble statue. He worked in secret, afraid to show anyone his unfinished work. He would chip away, then hide it under cloths. One day, a storm destroyed his workshop roof, exposing the statue to the open sky. To his shock, passers-by stopped and wept at its beauty. Lucan realized he had been hiding what was already ready. The storm that felt like loss was heaven's unveiling. That's what's happening for you. Chosen one. The exposure you feared is the revelation God planned. The world needs to see what you've been sculpting in silence. You don't need to advertise, heaven will announce. Elevation also teaches endurance. The winds are stronger at higher altitudes, but you've been built for it. The same storms that break others will refine you. That's the paradox of divine lifting. Grace grows stronger under pressure. As you rise, expect moments where your old fears try to echo back. What if I fall? But remember, you're not climbing on your own strength. You're being lifted by purpose. The same God who called you up will sustain you there. And even in new heights, stay tender. Never forget what the valley taught you. Compassion keeps the elevated humble. You're not rising to rule, you're rising to serve. The view is higher, so your reach can be wider. Chosen one. Type 7,777. Now if your spirit agrees, not as a ritual, but as resonance, as heaven's echo inside you, saying, rise. Let that number mark this moment where you choose elevation over fear, faith over familiarity, obedience over comfort. You are stepping into higher ground, not because you deserve it, but because you endured for it. The same God who saw you in the ashes now seats you on the mountaintop. The climb was costly, but the view will justify the pain. And from here, the sky no longer feels distant. It feels like home. You have ascended. Stay steady. The wind is holy. Chosen one. Standing at this height, you begin to see how everything has been woven together by a hand far greater than your own. From here, the horizon stretches without end, and you start to realize that what felt like isolated seasons were threads of one tapestry. Elevation has given you sight, not just to see the future, but to understand the past through heaven's eyes. This is the realm of perspective. You are not being shown more so that you can boast. You are being shown deeper so that you can lead. God gives vision not to inflate the ego, but to prepare the heart for responsibility. With every new level of revelation comes a higher level of refinement. That's how heaven maintains balance. It never gives power without purpose, or influence without integrity. From this place of clarity, you begin to recognize the flow of divine order. The same spirit that once sustained you in the valley now guides you through altitude. But at this height, the tests change form. You are no longer wrestling against scarcity. Now you must guard against complacency. Abundance can make the soul sleepy if gratitude is forgotten. The scriptures remind us in the book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 12. So, if you think you are standing firm, be careful that you do not fall. This is not a warning of fear, it is wisdom. It reminds you that the strongest structure still needs maintenance. Even mountains erode if neglected. And so, in this elevated place, God calls you to the discipline of awareness. Awareness keeps altitude safe. It means you stay sensitive, humble, teachable, even when others see you as unshakable. Chosen one. One of the quiet dangers of elevation is isolation. When you rise, fewer voices can relate to your view. But solitude does not have to be loneliness. It can become sanctuary. The stillness of height allows you to hear heaven without interference. That's why God sometimes draws his chosen ones away, not to punish, but to purify perception. You will begin to sense the Spirit speaking differently now, not in thunder, but in threads of thought, in peace that interrupts chaos. His guidance will be subtle yet strong, like wind shaping a bird's wings mid-flight. Pay attention to the nudges, the instincts, the gentle yes or no within your chest. That inner compass is being recalibrated by divine wisdom. At this stage, your faith transitions from asking to aligning. You no longer plead for miracles, you participate in them. You've matured from waiting on heaven to walking with it. Your words carry creative power now, not because of emotion, but because of unity, you and heaven speaking the same language. Think of a conductor leading an orchestra. Every instrument waits for one gesture, one que. When he lifts his hand, chaos becomes symphony. That's what your obedience does. Now it cues heaven's harmony. Each step you take sets unseen forces in motion, aligning opportunities, connections, and outcomes into divine rhythm. But remember, greater clarity means greater compassion. God is revealing more, so you can carry more. From this height, you'll begin to see the pain of others with sharper empathy. Their struggles will no longer frustrate you. They'll move you. You'll remember your own journey through the dark and recognize the grace that brought you here. That remembrance will anchor you in humility and love. Elevation without empathy becomes pride. But elevation with empathy becomes leadership. The true sign that you are rising with God is not how high you go, it's how gently you treat those still climbing. Chosen one. Prepare yourself, because from this vantage point, heaven will begin to entrust you with lives. People will start seeking your wisdom, not your status. They won't ask for your possessions, they'll crave your peace. They'll notice that you carry calm where others carry chaos. That is your new influence, quiet, steady, transformative. This phase of your calling is about mentorship, whether through words, example, or presence. You are becoming a living message. Your testimony now speaks louder than your vocabulary. Every decision, every boundary, every prayer will model the life of a person fully led by God. There's an image heaven paints for you now, a lantern on a high mountain path. Its flame doesn't shout, it simply shines. Travelers below lift their eyes, and the light helps them find their footing. That's you, chosen one. You are not the source of light, you are the holder of it. And your consistency keeps others from stumbling in the dark. At this level, attacks will not disappear, but they will lose influence. The enemy can no longer touch your foundation, he can only whisper distractions. His strategy shifts from opposition to illusion, from noise to subtlety. That's why your greatest weapon now is focus. Focus keeps elevation from turning into drift. Keep your gaze on purpose, your hands on assignment, your heart on gratitude. Don't let success seduce you into spiritual sleep. The moment you start admiring the view more than the one who placed you there, altitude turns into idolatry. But when you keep worship alive, every view becomes a vantage point for praise. Chosen one. Elevation also means expansion. You will begin to move in new territories: spiritual, creative, professional. Doors will open with little effort, and divine timing will coordinate every detail. But remember, expansion is stewardship multiplied. Every new platform requires prayer. Every opportunity must pass through peace before you accept it. When confusion arises, return to stillness. Stillness is your altitude anchor. It keeps your heart from swaying in strong winds of opportunity. Listen until your peace confirms the path. In this elevated clarity, joy will become your new strength. Not loud joy, but quiet assurance, the kind that glows rather than shouts. You'll find yourself smiling in solitude, realizing that what once drained you now defines you. Peace has become your posture. Chosen one. You have reached the summit of understanding, but remember, summits are not endpoints, they're perspectives. From here, God will show you the next mountains to climb, not for your glory, but for the good of others. You are ascending from mastery to mentorship, from victory to vision. The air is thin here, but the view is eternal. Breathe deeply. Heaven trusts you with height because you learned humility in depth. Stay steady in this balance of power and peace. From this point on, your life itself becomes a sermon that says, the climb was worth it. Chosen one. Pause for a moment and feel the air around you. It's different now. There's a stillness that doesn't come from silence but from completion. You've climbed, endured, and seen how faith builds bridges where fear once built walls. You are no longer chasing the promise, you are walking in it. Heaven's provision now flows naturally through you, and in this moment, there is an invitation not to strive, but to share. Every flow that stops becomes a pond, but rivers stay alive because they move. The same is true of revelation. It was never meant to be hoarded, it was meant to travel like water, like wind, like song. What God has poured into you now becomes a gift meant to touch others. According to what is written in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, let your light so shine before others, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. This light isn't spotlight, it's reflection. It's not about being seen, it's about making God visible through the way you live, love, and speak. The more you share light, the brighter it becomes. The less you hide, the more heaven can use you. Think of yourself as a lighthouse standing on the edge of the sea. Ships caught in storms don't need your strength, they need your light. Every time you speak truth, comfort, or hope, you're sending a signal that says, there is still safety, there is still direction, keep coming. And if this message has touched something inside you, if these words have met you where silence once stood, then let that recognition become motion. Click like, not as a reflex, but as a response. Think of it as lighting a small candle and placing it beside others, until together, the room glows brighter. Every like becomes a spark of agreement, a digital amen whispered into eternity. Yes, this word lives in me. And if what you've heard here reminds you of someone you love, someone fighting to hold on, someone standing on the edge of giving up, share it. Not because I said so, but because you care. Sharing is simply the act of breaking your bread and passing it forward. You never know whose famine your obedience will feed. One simple share could reach a heart that's been praying for confirmation, a soul that's been waiting for a sign. And if this voice has become a resting place for your faith, if you've found peace in these words and want to keep walking together, subscribe. Picture it like building a small home beside a running river. Subscribing doesn't chain you, it roots you near the flow. Every time heaven sends a new current, you'll be close enough to drink from it again. Because connection is part of the calling, faith thrives in fellowship. One candle may light a corner, but 1,000 candles make the night tremble. That's what we're building here, a field of firelights, souls illuminated and united, spreading warmth to those still in the cold. You see, chosen one, what we do together matters. These aren't just digital gestures, they're echoes of eternity. Every engagement, every share, every heart that chooses to stay connected ripples beyond screens and into stories. Somewhere, someone you may never meet will find strength because you refuse to stay silent. This isn't about building a platform, it's about building a bridge. The river of revelation grows wider when many streams flow into it. When you interact here, you're not fueling algorithms, you're fueling hope. You're saying, I believe in this message. I believe in light. I believe in purpose. And let me tell you a story. There was a small village that built lanterns every year during the harvest. Each person would light one and release it into the sky, alone. Each lantern flickered and disappeared quickly. But together, thousands filled the night, transforming the darkness into wonder. One child once asked her mother, "Does my lantern even matter?" Her mother smiled and said, "Look how dark the sky would be if everyone thought the same." And that's what your simple action does. It may feel small, but heaven measures faith by sincerity, not size. Each time you engage, you release light into the world's sky. These are not empty actions, they're sacred participation. Together, we're building a table where everyone can eat, a fire where everyone can warm their hands, a place where divine truth meets human hearts. Chosen one, your presence here matters. Your support matters. Every time you engage, you become part of a current that keeps the message flowing. Heaven watches, not with judgment, but with joy. Because community itself is worship. When you like, you ignite. When you share, you multiply. When you subscribe, you wrote yourself in divine rhythm. This is how we spread the flame softly, freely, beautifully. Remember, you are not just a listener, you are a lantern. The words that reached you were never meant to stop with you. You are the continuation of the message. So as this light continues to move, let it remind you of this truth. Faith was never designed to be silent. Hope was never meant to hide. And love real, unfiltered. Divine love was always meant to be shared. The river is still flowing, and you are part of its course. Keep the current alive. Keep the flame burning. Keep the message moving, because somewhere out there, another chosen one is waiting for the light you carry. Chosen one. You are now standing in the flow of divine consistency, the point where obedience has matured into rhythm. The days of wrestling with doubt are fading, and faith has become your default. You no longer chase signs, you carry them. What once confused you now confirms you. This is what it means to live aligned when heaven and your heart begin to beat in sync. You may not realize it, but the quiet stability inside you is itself a miracle. God has anchored you so deeply that even when storms arise, you bend without breaking. The old version of you might have panicked at the first gust of wind, but now, peace stands guard around your spirit like armor. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 1, verse 3, "He shall be like a tree planted by rivers of water, that brings forth its fruit in its season. Its leaf also shall not wither, and whatever he does shall prosper." That is your current posture, rooted, fruitful, too steady. You have become the living evidence of what endurance births. But this stability is not stagnation. The tree in that verse doesn't stand still in vain. It grows quietly, drawing life from unseen currents beneath the soil. Likewise, your spirit is still expanding, your influence still reaching deeper into places you cannot yet see. Chosen one. You have stepped into the phase where what you build must now sustain others. This is where faith becomes legacy. Your voice, your story, your small acts of obedience, they are all branches extending outward, giving shade and fruit to those coming behind you. What you survived is becoming someone else's strategy. You are now a living well. People will draw strength from your consistency, wisdom from your endurance, and hope from your testimony. But remember, wells must stay filled. Don't pour without replenishing. Return daily to the source in prayer, gratitude, and stillness. God doesn't just use you, He renews you. And when you start to feel tired, remember that rest is not retreat. Even the sun sets every day, not because it's weak, but because rhythm sustains radiance. When you honor your limits, you make room for heaven to fill you again. There was once a woman named Sarai who ran a small bakery by the sea. Every morning before sunrise, she baked bread for the fishermen. One year, a storm destroyed her shop, and she was tempted to quit. But instead of despairing, she knelt amid the broken wood and prayed, "Lord, use my hands again." Neighbors helped her rebuild, and months later, her bakery became a refuge for travelers, and the hungry. What was once survival turned into service. She said, "I thought God was teaching me to bake bread, but He was teaching me to feed hearts." Now, that is your story. 2. Your broken places have become sacred spaces where grace now works. The things that once made you weep now give others wisdom. This is how God redeems pain. not by erasing it, but by turning it into nourishment for the world. Chosen one. This moment of your journey is also about refinement of purpose. God is sharpening your discernment, deepening your compassion, and expanding your creativity. He's giving you eyes to see solutions where others see only struggle. You're becoming the one who brings calm into chaos, clarity into confusion, and light into long nights. But never forget, the stronger the tree grows, the deeper the roots must go. Don't mistake fruit for finish. Every new level of blessing requires a new level of grounding. That's why God continues to call you into prayer, not just to ask, but to listen. Silence is the language of maturity. You'll start to notice something divine. Peace no longer feels fragile. It's become part of your identity. You won't need to chase reassurance anymore. It will flow naturally, like air through open windows. The storms around you may roar, but they will no longer have permission to enter. This is when you realize faith was never meant to be emotional reaction. It was always meant to be spiritual rhythm. You breathe it, live it, and carry it. Others might not understand how you stay calm under pressure, but you know, it's not because life got easier, it's because your roots found water that never runs dry. And from this place of peace, God will begin to release new ideas, fresh direction, and divine instructions. Write them down. Don't rush them. Some are for now, others for later, but all carry purpose. Heaven's timing is perfect. It delivers wisdom right when your hands are ready to hold it. Chosen one. Pause for a moment. Look at how far you've come. You've survived storms, silences, and seasons of pruning. Yet, here you are, still standing, still glowing, still chosen. The ground beneath you remembers every tear that watered it, and now it's returning the favor with fruit. If this word resonates deep in your spirit, if something inside whispers, "This is me," then type, "Still I rise." Those 3 words declare what all of heaven already knows about you, that no matter what tried to bury you, you grew anyway. When you write, "Still I rise," you're not just leaving a comment, you're leaving a prophecy. You're telling the world that resilience is your rhythm and restoration is your story. You're marking this moment as testimony, saying, "I'm not who I was, but I'm grateful for the process that shaped me." You have become the embodiment of persistence wrapped in peace. Heaven has made your endurance beautiful. The soil that once buried you has now become your garden. So keep growing, keep glowing, keep rising. The same hand that planted you is still tending you. The river of grace hasn't ended. It's just flowing through you now. Chosen one. As the rhythm of divine consistency deepens within you, a new quality begins to unfold, wisdom in motion. You are no longer reacting to life, you are responding to heaven. Your spirit has become tuned, like an instrument in perfect pitch with God's frequency. You no longer strain to hear His voice. You recognize it even in silence. This is the sacred maturity that comes when obedience becomes instinct. You've walked through valleys, climbed mountains, stood in fire, and sailed through storms. Each place gave you a different gift: perspective, endurance, purity, and trust. Together, they've sculpted you into someone heaven can depend on. You're not being tested anymore. You're being trusted. The scriptures record in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 5, If any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives generously to all, without finding fault, and it will be given to him. Wisdom is the currency of your current season. It's not just knowledge, it's divine navigation. It's how heaven helps you walk efficiently, avoiding unnecessary detours. And unlike material wealth, wisdom multiplies the more you use it. Every act of discernment refines it. Every surrender strengthens it. Chosen one. The Lord is shaping your perception to see beyond surface. You'll begin to notice that what once triggered anxiety now triggers insight. When others complain, you'll find patterns. When others panic, you'll perceive process. You will no longer see problems as punishment, but as preparation for purpose. This wisdom comes with gentleness. Heavenly intelligence doesn't make you louder. It makes you quieter. You'll speak less, but mean more. You'll realize that revelation without restraint becomes noise, but revelation with patience becomes power. There's a story about an old watchmaker in a crowded city. People often came to him not only for repairs, but for advice. When asked why he never seemed rushed, he replied, "Because I work with time, not against it." He smiled and added, "Time respects those who respect rhythm." That is what divine wisdom does. It teaches you rhythm. It aligns you with heaven's timing so that your steps don't stumble. In this season, God is granting you the grace to move strategically. Some doors will open, but not all are meant for you. Wisdom will whisper which ones lead to destiny and which ones lead to distraction. You won't need to fight for what's yours. Peace will point the way. You are also learning that silence is a strategy. There will be moments when the Spirit instructs you to stay still while others rush ahead. Don't mistake stillness for stagnation. The archer must pull the arrow backward before releasing it forward. Your pause is preparation for precision. Chosen one. Wisdom will also teach you how to rest without retreating. The world glorifies constant movement, but the kingdom celebrates consistent peace. You don't need to exhaust yourself to prove you're fruitful. Freed grows quietly, beneath sunlight and stillness. The mature don't chase recognition, they radiate purpose. Your spirit will start to identify people differently too. You'll sense who carries real alignment and who carries noise. Some will enter your life briefly, like gusts of wind meant to clear the path. Others will stay, like roots, meant to support your foundation. Don't mourn what leaves, discern what remains. As wisdom deepens, humility becomes your fragrance. You will notice that you no longer need to defend your name, explain your calling, or justify your growth. You've reached the point where your fruit speaks louder than your words. Wisdom carries quiet authority. It doesn't need applause to feel anointed. There's also a beautiful paradox at this stage. The more you learn, the more you realize how little you know. This awareness keeps pride from poisoning growth. The wisest always remain students. Heaven promotes those who keep their hearts teachable. You'll find that divine wisdom also orders your emotions. Situations that once would have shaken you will now refine you. Offense loses its grip. Patience becomes your posture. Peace turns into your default reaction. You'll no longer waste energy proving worth. You'll simply think of yourself as a calm ocean. Waves still move. Storms may visit, but the depth remains undisturbed. That's your new identity. Still waters that reflect heaven clearly. When you move from reaction to reflection, You become a mirror through which others glimpse God. Chosen one. God is also anointing your speech in this season. Your words will carry healing because they come from understanding, not opinion. Conversations with you will feel like balm to weary souls. You won't even realize how deeply you're ministering. Your tone alone will bring rest to those around you. And through wisdom, your decisions will simplify. Complexity fades where clarity lives. The Spirit will remind you often, you don't need to fix everything, you just need to follow me. That single instruction will save you from countless frustrations. Soon, people will begin to notice something different about you. They'll ask, why aren't you anxious? Why do things seem to work out for you? They won't understand that wisdom has changed your pace. You no longer rush ahead of grace, you walk beside it. Wisdom also teaches stewardship of words and energy. You'll stop over-explaining, over-promising, and overextending. The new you operates with calm conviction. What you say will be few, but they'll land deeply. This is divine precision, the mastery of movement without waste. And perhaps the greatest gift of wisdom is recognition of peace. You will stop chasing miracles and start noticing that they already surround you. Breath, sunrise, laughter, purpose, all signs that heaven's hand is still steady on your life. Chosen one. You've become a vessel that carries not just blessing, but understanding. Your stability has become a testimony. You are the calm after the storm, the voice after the silence, the answer after the waiting. You are proof that wisdom is not a crown of intellect, but a flow of grace. It turns the ordinary into sacred rhythm and transforms survival into strategy. Keep walking gently. Keep listening deeply. The same God who brought you here will keep revealing how to walk wisely step by step, choice by choice, piece by piece. For wisdom is not a destination, it's a lifelong conversation with God. And your heart, chosen one, is finally fluent in his language. Chosen one. Wisdom has settled into you like sunlight after a long rain, warm, gentle, constant. You are no longer searching for what you already carry. The questions that once kept you up at night are now whispers that dissolve in peace. This is the fruit of alignment, when your soul stops chasing what has already been promised and starts walking as if it's already done. You are learning that maturity doesn't mean knowing everything. It means trusting everything to the one who does. Faith has shifted from a desperate grasp into a steady rhythm. You've stopped asking, when will it happen? And started declaring, it's happening as it should. This quiet confidence is not arrogance, it's revelation. You have seen too much of God's consistency to doubt his timing now. As it was written in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, and we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Those words have become your heartbeat. They aren't just verses anymore. They're the reality you live in. Every delay, every disappointment, every detour, it was all direction. Heaven never wasted a single step. Even the pain had purpose. Even the pauses were preparation. Chosen one. Your spirit now operates from assurance rather than anxiety. You are walking in the rare peace of someone who understands that destiny cannot be derailed. Whatever is meant for you cannot miss you. And whatever misses you was never meant for your journey. This truth frees you from comparison, competition, and control. You've stopped measuring your pace by anyone else's progress. Now, You are learning the grace of contentment, not passive settling, but active satisfaction, the ability to find beauty in the middle of process. You no longer wait for someday to celebrate. You see the sacred in today. That's where divine joy lives, in the ordinary, made holy by awareness. There's a story told of an artist named Eleora. She painted every sunrise from her window for a full year. Some mornings were clear, others cloudy, some radiant, others grey. When asked why she painted even on dull days, she smiled and said, "Because the sun always rises. Even if I can't see it." That's what contentment looks like, the trust that light exists even behind the clouds. Chosen one. You've reached the place where gratitude is no longer conditional. You thank God, not just for answered prayers, but for the unanswered ones too. Because you finally understand that no is a form of love. You've learned that peace isn't the absence of pain, it's the presence of perspective. You've also discovered the rhythm of simplicity. Complexity drains what clarity sustains. The more you let go, the lighter your walk becomes. You no longer crave constant stimulation. Quietness has become your sanctuary. In silence, you no longer hear emptiness, you hear direction. This simplicity has redefined what success means for you. Once, you equated blessing with accumulation. Now, you see that true wealth is tranquility. When your soul rests even in the unknown, that's prosperity in its purest form. You've stopped striving to appear blessed and started living as if you already are. You've also realized that forgiveness is freedom's companion. Old wounds no longer define you. They refine you. The bitterness that once whispered in your heart has been replaced by compassion. You can now look at those who hurt you and say, "Thank you for the lesson. I release the pain." That is victory, unseen but undeniable. The deeper your peace grows, the more you begin to notice heaven's fingerprints in small details. A conversation that came at the perfect time, a door that closed to reveal a better one, a quiet strength that arrives exactly when you need it. You realize that divine orchestration isn't always spectacular. Often, it's subtle. Chosen one. What's happening inside you now is transformation without announcement. You may not feel it daily, but your atmosphere has changed. You've become someone who carries calm into chaos. Your very presence begins to alter rooms, not because of noise, but because of stillness. Others will soon recognize it too. They'll say, "Something about you feels peaceful." They won't know it's because you've been walking with heaven long enough for its fragrance to rest upon you. You're no longer striving to prove your anointing, you're simply living it. That authenticity is irresistible. It draws people not to you, but to the source within you. This stage of your journey is about sustaining the flow. God isn't testing you with storms anymore. He's trusting you with serenity. The lesson now is to maintain the peace you've received. Peace is a power to be protected. Guard it the way a gardener guards the first bloom after winter with tenderness and attention. You will notice that decisions are becoming easier, not because life is simpler, but because your inner compass has been trained by peace. You no longer need loud confirmations when you have quiet conviction. You've learned that anything that disturbs your peace is not your path. And as you continue walking, you'll start to sense that heaven's favor feels familiar now. It's no longer shocking when good things happen. It feels like home. You've learned to live in rhythm with grace, expectant but never entitled. You know that every blessing that comes carries purpose, and every challenge that lingers carries wisdom. Chosen one. This is the season where you live, what you once prayed for. You are breathing in the answers that once felt distant. You've moved from survival to serenity, from striving to stillness. The storms that once terrified you are now testimonies that train others. You can look back at what used to break you and smile, knowing that every crack let the light in. Your peace is proof. You are walking evidence that faith works, that waiting isn't wasted, that obedience always leads home. Keep tending your garden of gratitude. Keep watering your faith with worship. Keep standing firm in the soil of trust, for you are now what you once hoped to become: whole, wise, and quietly unstoppable. Chosen one. There is a rhythm in your life right now that feels different. It's the rhythm of completion meeting continuation. You have stepped into a moment where heaven is not only fulfilling promises, but also setting up new beginnings inside those fulfillments. It's as if you're walking through a door that keeps opening into wider rooms of revelation. You're not at the end of something. You're standing at the threshold of expansion. You may feel it, a sense that God is aligning you with fresh assignments, new voices, and greater responsibilities, not as a burden, but as a blessing. Heaven promotes by trust, not applause. And you've proven faithful with what was small. Now, the Father is widening your reach. You're not being added to, you're being multiplied through. As it is written in the book of Haggai, chapter 2, verse 9, "The glory of this present house will be greater than the glory of the former, says the Lord Almighty. And in this place I will grant peace." This is that verse becoming real in your story. You're standing in the house of greater glory, not because of status, but because of surrender. You've released what was lesser to make room for what's larger. God always increases the space of those who refuse to shrink when stretched. Chosen one. You are no longer just a receiver of light. You've become a reflector of it. Heaven's radiance shines through you in ways you don't even notice. A word you speak, a prayer you whisper, a small act of kindness. They all release light into places you can't see. You've become part of heaven's quiet revolution, where transformation spreads invisibly through everyday faithfulness. Yet, even in this beauty, you may feel the tension of transition. Growth always carries the echo of old comfort zones, calling you back. The familiar tries to whisper, "Stay here, it's safe." But the Spirit whispers louder, "Step further, it's time." The future you're stepping into demands courage, not comfort. Think of an eagle teaching its young to fly. The mother doesn't push the eaglet out in cruelty, she does it in trust, knowing that wings only find strength when stretched. That's you right now. Heaven has stirred the nest, not to punish, but to prepare. You were made to soar, not settle. Chosen one. In this rising, God is also rearranging your connections. Some people who were pillars in your last season will become memories in this one, and that's okay. Their part was purpose, not permanence. Release them with gratitude, not grief. The same God who provided them will provide new alignment. You may also notice that doors which once seemed locked are swinging open now, not because they changed, but because you did. Maturity has become your master key. Your peace is unlocking what striving never could. You're no longer trying to prove you're ready. You're simply walking as someone who is. This new season will be marked by acceleration, but not chaos. God's speed is smooth, You'll begin to see connections form effortlessly, projects coming together, opportunities finding you, ideas aligning with timing. It's not coincidence, it's coordination. Heaven's orchestration is reaching crescendo in your life. But in the midst of that acceleration, God is whispering one word over you: stewardship. The blessing He's giving you now must be guarded with discipline. Divine abondance requiert divine ordre. You can't carry kingdom glory with careless hands. This is the season of wise flow, knowing when to move, when to rest, when to sow, and when to stay silent. Chosen one. There's a number that marks this moment of divine expansion: 9,999. Type 9,999 below, not as ritual, but as revelation. It represents quadruple completion and transition, the closing of one divine cycle and the immediate birth of another. It's heaven's way of saying, "You've finished this phase. Now watch what's next." When you write 9,999, you're not just typing digits, you're declaring alignment. You're saying, "I am ready for what's beyond. I receive the new glory, the new growth, and the new grace." Let me tell you a story that mirrors this moment. There was a gardener named Jonah who loved planting flowers in a small corner of his yard. Every year, he tended the same patch until it bloomed perfectly. One morning, he felt a quiet prompting: "Expand your garden." He hesitated. It meant breaking new ground, uprooting stones, and starting again. But he obeyed. Months later, his garden stretched across the whole yard, filled with colors he'd never imagined. He realized that what he thought was enough was only the beginning. That's you, chosen one. You've mastered one garden, and now God is calling you to cultivate nations, industries, and generations. What He's done in you is about to flow through you. With 9,999, heaven is confirming that your new season is not replacement, it's enlargement. You won't lose what you had, it will evolve into something even greater. The peace that once carried you will now cover others through you. This expansion will not exhaust you, because it's powered by grace, not grind. God is not calling you to hustle harder, but to host His presence more deeply. Your influence will rise without strain, because it's rooted in rest. There will be days when you'll look around and realize how much has changed, and gratitude will overwhelm you. You'll whisper, "I didn't force this, I just flowed." That's how divine elevation feels. It's effortless when it's ordered. And yet, even as you grow higher, humility must remain your ground. Glory without grace collapses. But you, chosen one, carry both. You know that the same God who gives increase also gives instruction, and that true greatness is always grounded in gratitude. So type 9,999 below if your heart agrees. Let it be a symbol of surrender and readiness, a prophetic amen that says, "I trust the next." End quote. Because what's coming is not just continuation, it's culmination. Heaven is finishing a chapter in your favor and beginning a volume in your victory. You are stepping into greater glory, greater peace, and greater purpose. The nest has been stirred. The wings are ready, and the wind is rising. The next flight begins now, chosen one. You've reached the part of your journey where gratitude becomes your gravity. It keeps you grounded while God continues to lift you. Everything around you is changing, expanding, growing, but within you, peace remains unshaken. This balance is not coincidence, it's cultivation. You've learned that blessings are best carried in quiet hands. Now, the message flowing through you is not only for you, it's for others. Heaven's current is calling you to share the stream. You've become a conduit, a vessel that overflows naturally. Just as rivers don't drink their own water, you weren't created to keep the flow to yourself. The same grace that restored you now wants to reach through you. As it is written in the book of Philippians, chapter 2, verse 4, let each of you look not only to your own interests, but also to the interests of others. Oh, this scripture isn't about losing yourself, it's about finding purpose in connection. When you pour out encouragement, peace, or understanding, heaven refills you faster than you release. Giving doesn't deplete, it multiplies. The more light you pass on, the brighter your path becomes. Think of it this way. A single drop of rain may seem insignificant, but together, drops form rivers, and rivers carve canyons. One act of kindness can shape a lifetime. One shared word can shift someone's night into dawn. That's how heaven moves quietly, through willing hearts. Chosen one. If this message has stirred something deep within you, if it's spoken to a silent place you thought God had forgotten, then let your gratitude find gentle expression. Click like, not as formality, but as acknowledgement, as if you were whispering, "This word reached me." Imagine that click as planting a small seed into this digital soil, saying, "May others find what I just found." And if you know someone who needs this light, a friend walking through confusion, a family member fighting despair, a stranger carrying unseen battles, share it. Sharing is like carrying a candle into another room. It costs you nothing, but it changes everything. Somewhere, your act of sharing might be the very rope that pulls someone back to hope. And if you want to stay close to this river, to keep drawing from heaven's flow whenever new waves come, subscribe. Think of subscribing not as signing up for content, but as setting up camp beside a fire that never goes out. Each new word that arrives will be like another spark. Another reminder that you're not walking alone in this season. You see, connection in the kingdom is never coincidence. Every person drawn here is part of a greater tapestry, threads weaving together unseen. Each like, each share, each small act of agreement strengthens the pattern. You are helping form something much larger than yourself, a network of light stretching across hearts and nations. There's a story of a woman named Aveline who lived by a lighthouse. Every night, she would polish the glass and light the flame, though no one ever thanked her. One night, she grew tired and almost left it dark, but something whispered, "Light it anyway." The next morning, she found a note washed ashore. "We saw your light through the fog. It saved us." She wept, realizing that unseen faithfulness still saves unseen lives. That's what happens when you engage, when you pass the light forward, even without knowing who it reaches. Faithfulness always finds its way. Chosen one. What you're part of here is not an audience, it's an awakening. You're helping keep the signal of heaven strong in a noisy world. Your support is not just digital, it's spiritual participation. You're saying, "I believe this light should keep shining." When you like, You affirm. When you share, you expand. When you subscribe, you sustain. Each act is a small flame, and together, these flames build fires across the earth, fires that warm cold hearts and guide lost travelers home. This isn't persuasion, it's partnership. Heaven always moves through those who are willing. Chosen one. Let your support flow the way rivers do naturally. Joyfully, freely. Every drop counts. Every light matters. And every act of agreement becomes part of a larger miracle, one that heaven itself celebrates. You are not just receiving this message. You are helping it reach its next destination. You are helping hope find another heart. So, as the light keeps spreading, breathe this truth in. Generosity is the language of gratitude, and gratitude is the sound of heaven. Keep the flow moving. Keep the fire glowing. Keep the river alive. Because somewhere, someone you may never meet will whisper, "Thank you," to God, because you chose to let your light move forward. And when the day comes that you need light again, it will find you easily because you've helped it travel. The same current of grace you've kept flowing will circle back, carrying blessings in new forms. What leaves your hand in love never disappears. It just changes direction and returns multiplied. The kingdom always remembers those who help it shine. Heaven records every small act of faith, every quiet yes. You've become part of that lineage now, the ones who don't just receive miracles, but make room for them to reach others. So, let your heart rest tonight knowing this. You've given heaven something to work with. Every spark you share, every word you pass on becomes divine momentum. The river keeps running because of hearts like yours, steady, faithful, and full of light. Chosen one, you are walking in the season of confirmation. What once seemed uncertain is now unfolding with divine clarity. The answers you waited for are no longer whispers. They're visible in movement, in open doors, in peace that won't leave. Heaven is showing you that the waiting was never wasted. It was strategy disguised as silence. You've crossed the threshold where faith no longer feels like risk, it feels like rhythm. You've learned that obedience always produces outcomes, even if they arrive quietly. The harvest that once seemed delayed is now maturing all around you. You're beginning to live inside the very prayers you once cried out for. As the Spirit spoke through the prophet Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7, "The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble, and He knows those who trust in Him." You've proven your trust, not by words, but by endurance. Every moment you refused to quit was a declaration that heaven heard louder than any prayer. The same God who tested your patience is now rewarding your perseverance. You stayed when it was dark, and now the dawn belongs to you. This is what divine confirmation feels like. It's not loud, it's certain. It's not about signs in the sky, it's about stability in your soul. You don't need constant reassurance anymore, because you are the reassurance. Your life has become evidence that faith works. Chosen one, you are in the stage where heaven begins to highlight what's next. Ideas that once floated as faint impressions now carry form and instruction. God is whispering blueprints into your thoughts, and you're beginning to see how each piece connects. Nothing you've learned is wasted. Even the pain has purpose. In this moment, the Lord is calling you to recognize your authority. You're not a beginner anymore. You're a carrier. You are someone others will now look to for strength and direction. But here's the key. Leadership in the kingdom is not about control, it's about compassion. True authority flows from service. You'll soon notice that people are drawn to your calm. They may not understand your peace, but they'll sense its safety. Some will approach you for wisdom, others for comfort. And you will give freely because you know that what flows through you is not yours, it's heaven's current moving outward. Yet, even in this flow, humility remains your anchor. God elevates those who keep their knees low. Never forget that your strength was forged in surrender. The moment you start thinking it was by your effort, grace gently reminds you, it was always me. Although the Lord is also reminding you that confirmation is not the end, it's the signal to continue. You've been established not just to stand, but to send. Not just to receive, but to release. Every revelation you hold must become transformation for someone else. There's a story of a shepherd who spent years guiding his flock through valleys and cliffs. One night, he dreamt that the stars were lamps lighting his path. When he woke, he realized those lamps represented the people he'd helped along the way, souls who found their way because he refused to stop leading, even when unseen. That's you now. You are a light lit by endurance. Chosen one. This season also carries a quieter instruction. Record what God is doing. Write it down. Speak it. Sing it, whatever form your voice takes. The testimonies that shaped you will feed someone else's faith later. The memories of how God came through are meant to become manuals for others still in their midnight hours. You are walking proof that divine timing is always perfect. The path that once felt random was mapped with precision. Every yes, every no, every delay, every sudden shift, it all led here. Nothing was accidental. Every thread has been woven into a tapestry called trust. Now, as heaven confirms your next steps, expect acceleration that feels almost effortless. Favor will begin finding you without force. Conversations will align. Opportunities will appear. Resources will locate you. It won't feel like striving, it will feel like flowing. That's the beauty of divine confirmation when the season is right. Even closed doors open themselves. Still, remain discerning. Not every open door is divine. Some are distractions dressed as destiny. Peace will be your compass. If your spirit feels crowded, pause. If it feels clear, proceed. You're not rushing anymore. You're walking in rhythm with revelation. And as you walk, remember that gratitude keeps the flow clear. Thank God not just for what's visible, but for what's still forming. Thank Him for the unseen scaffolding that holds up your promise before it's complete. Gratitude turns confirmation into continuation. Chosen one. If this message resonates with what you're sensing right now, if you feel the wind of heaven confirming, yes, this is your time, then type, "It's time now." Oh, those 3 words are not coincidence, they're command. They declare that delay is over, that you agree with heaven's schedule, that you're stepping into what's already been prepared. When you write, "It's time now," you're not announcing impatience, you're aligning with purpose. It means the waiting season has ended and the walking season has begun. It means your yes is louder than your fear. It means the same God who built the foundation is now releasing the building. You are entering a divine rhythm where everything finally fits. Conversations, connections, and confirmations will harmonize like instruments tuned to heaven's frequency. It's not just happening around you, it's happening through you. So type "It's time now" if your spirit agrees. Let those words be your echo to heaven's whisper. This is not a rehearsal anymore. This is the moment the curtain rises on your purpose. Chosen one. Walk forward. The steps are prepared. The favor is waiting. The confirmation is complete. And as you move, know this truth. What you're walking into was already waiting for your arrival. Chosen one. This is the part of your story where revelation turns into rhythm, where the extraordinary becomes your new normal. The miracles that once startled you now simply confirm that God is near. What used to require great faith now flows naturally, because you've seen the faithfulness of God too many times to question His hand. The light you carry has matured. It's steady, not showy, deep, not loud. You've learned that real power doesn't shout, it shines. Your strength now comes not from striving, but from staying grounded in truth, staying anchored in peace, staying aware that heaven's presence is your constant companion. According to what is written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 36, you need to persevere so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what He has promised. That verse mirrors your journey. Perseverance is no longer just a lesson for you, it's your language. You've learned how to keep walking when the road disappears, how to keep trusting when the outcome isn't clear, how to keep believing when no one else does. And now, the reward for your endurance isn't just external, it's internal peace that cannot be shaken. This is the quiet victory few recognize, but heaven celebrates loudly. You've become the kind of person who doesn't need to announce transformation. Your calm announces it for you. There's a stability in your spirit now that whispers to others, I've been through the fire, and I came out refined. Chosen one. This is also the time where your influence begins to deepen, not necessarily in numbers or visibility, but in impact. Your words carry more weight because they are no longer theory. They are testimony. People will feel your experiences behind every sentence. Heaven has anointed your authenticity. You are learning that real leadership is stewardship. It's not about being first, it's about being faithful. You are now carrying the grace to guide others without controlling them, to teach without talking too much, to correct without condemnation. Your wisdom has become gentle, and your spirit has become safe ground for others to heal upon. There's an image heaven paints for you now, a lantern burning steadily in the center of a vast field. It doesn't chase travelers, it simply stands, shining. And because it stands, wanderers find their way. That's you. You are no longer chasing people, positions, or purpose. You've become a fixed light, and everything meant for you finds its way home through your constancy. Still, the Lord reminds you, the higher the light stands, the deeper the base must go. Stability requires stillness. Your next dimension of growth will not come from doing more, but from being rooted deeper. Every day, heaven will call you into quiet spaces where your spirit can rest and receive again. Don't rush those moments. They're the maintenance of your miracle. You will notice the world around you shifting. Some who once misunderstood you will begin to see differently. Others may still question your path, but their opinion no longer defines your direction. You're living for an audience of one, and that awareness has freed you from the chains of needing approval. You've also begun to understand that not every battle deserves your energy. Some fights are invitations to distraction. Wisdom has taught you the value of peace over proving. Silence has become your strongest answer. You no longer need to win arguments when your life already proves your point. Chosen one. This stage of maturity is marked by grace in motion. You carry patience that stretches beyond understanding, compassion that dissolves conflict, and discernment that protects your peace. You see with clarity now, every encounter has purpose. Every delay has direction. And every loss has hidden gain. You are learning the sacred rhythm of balance, how to give without depletion, how to serve without losing self, how to love without expectation. Balance is not neutrality, it's spiritual precision. It's knowing when to speak and when to stay silent, when to move and when to wait. That rhythm will sustain you in the seasons ahead. There was once a violinist who played in a crowded city square. People rushed by daily, rarely stopping to listen. Years later, when he performed in a grand hall, the same melody moved thousands to tears. Someone asked what had changed. He smiled and said, "Nothing. They just finally stopped long enough to hear." That's what's happening with your purpose now. It hasn't changed. The world is finally slowing down enough to recognize it. Chosen one. Don't be surprised if peace becomes your most radical testimony. In a world obsessed with noise and reaction, your calm will confound people. They'll wonder how you stay centered when everything around you shifts. But you'll know it's because your foundation is no longer on circumstance, but on covenant. The storms that once frightened you now fuel you. You've discovered how to turn opposition into opportunity, criticism into confirmation, waiting into worship. You've stopped asking, "Why me?" and started declaring, "Use me." That's how transformation manifests, not through escape, but through embrace. And though you're still moving forward, you're no longer running. You've settled into divine pace, where speed doesn't matter as much as accuracy. You don't rush what's holy. You've learned to enjoy the unfolding, to marvel at how God paints miracles slowly so that you have time to notice his brush strokes. In this space, gratitude becomes oxygen. You breathe thankfulness now. The small things fill you with wonder, morning light through your window, laughter after pain, provision that arrives right on time. You've realized that miracles were never rare. You just had to learn how to look. Chosen one. Your current season is not about proving you've arrived. It's about maintaining what's sacred. The presence that carried you through hardship is the same presence that sustains you in harvest. The same faith that started the journey still fuels it. You are no longer waiting for miracles. You are one. A living example of what happens when someone refuses to quit, when faith becomes form, and when surrender becomes success. So keep your flame steady, your heart soft, and your eyes open. The next chapters will not be about survival, but about significance. Heaven has made you a keeper of peace and a carrier of light. And now, the world is finally ready to see what heaven always knew you were. Chosen one. This is the quiet after the crescendo, the sacred stillness where revelation settles into reality. The season of striving has ended, and now you're learning the art of abiding. You've seen the storm, you've felt the fire, and now you're standing in the soft rain of peace that follows obedience. This is the phase where purpose feels less like pursuit and more like presence. You no longer chase destiny, you live it. The beauty of this stage is its simplicity. Nothing is forced anymore. You don't need to explain yourself or defend what God has confirmed. The proof is in your peace. Every part of you that used to wrestle has surrendered, and in that surrender, you found strength. It was written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 6, "In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths." That verse now reads like your autobiography. You've stopped trying to direct and started trusting. Step. Each turn, each delay has become a conversation with heaven. You no longer beg for direction, you walk in it. Even the detours feel divine because you've learned that every road, no matter how winding, leads back to grace. Chosen one. You are now living in alignment so deep that even your waiting has purpose. You've matured beyond impatience. You understand that God's timing is not delay but design. You've seen how the slow work of heaven often produces the most permanent fruit. You no longer crave recognition because revelation itself has become your reward. There's a sacred contentment in knowing that you are seen by God, even if you are unseen by man. This contentment doesn't dull your fire, it refines it. You're burning with quiet purpose, illuminating spaces without demanding attention. In this stage, your relationship with God feels more like friendship than formality. You talk to him naturally, the way rivers talk to oceans, fluid, continuous, intimate. You've learned that prayer doesn't always need words. Sometimes it's just awareness. You feel his presence in the pause between breaths, in the small miracles scattered through ordinary days. The world around you may still spin in noise and distraction, but you have found your center. That center is not a place, it's a person. The Spirit now leads you not by pressure but by peace. You've discovered that true guidance doesn't shout. It flows like a quiet current, steady and sure. Chosen one. Your identity is unshakable now. You no longer measure yourself by outcomes, applause, or approval. You understand that being chosen was never about position, it was about posture. God didn't pick you because you were ready. He picked you because you were willing. And in that willingness, he shaped readiness. There was a farmer who planted seeds through every season, rain or drought. He kept sowing. When asked how he stayed hopeful when nothing seemed to grow, he said, "The soil doesn't owe me visibility, it owes me harvest." That's the heart you carry now. You trust what's beneath the surface because you've seen how faith grows underground before it blooms above it. This trust has changed how you see challenges. You no longer label days as good or bad. You simply call them necessary. You've realized that joy is not the absence of struggle, it's the presence of perspective. Even in difficulty, you find divine design. There's a serenity about you now that feels almost untouchable. It's not that storms don't come, they do, but they no longer drown you. You've learned how to breathe underwater, how to keep peace in chaos, how to carry calm where others collapse. You have become a walking sanctuary, a moving altar of resilience and grace. Chosen one. Heaven delights in what you've become. The tests that once terrified you now serve as testimonies that travel through your words, your presence, your very being. You are living proof that transformation doesn't require perfection, only persistence. And in this serenity, a new kind of hearing awakens. You no longer just hear instructions, you hear invitations. God no longer pushes you, he partners with you. He trusts your discernment because it has been trained through devotion. You've learned how to say no without guilt, and how to wait without worry. You've reached the stage where wisdom flows like second nature. You no longer overthink decisions, you sense direction. You understand that God speaks not only through scripture, but also through circumstances, patterns, and peace. You've stopped demanding miracles because you've realized you are living in one. The measure of maturity isn't how much you do, it's how much you understand what you're doing and why. Your motives have been purified. Your actions now spring from love, not lack. You no longer serve for validation. You serve because it's your language of gratitude. Chosen one. You are now walking in a legacy season. This is not about what you can get, but what you can give. You've learned that impact doesn't require noise. It requires authenticity. The lives you touch will remember your peace more than your power, your consistency more than your charisma. And yet, even as you pour out, you remain filled. You've discovered the secret Jesus lived by, that giving never empties those who draw from eternal supply. The more you pour, the more heaven pours through you. You've become a vessel of infinite flow. This stage isn't a pause, it's a platform. The quietness you feel isn't absence, it's arrival. You've stepped into sustained grace, where miracles no longer shock you, they accompany you. Chosen one. Stand tall in this serenity. Walk lightly. Love deeply. Listen closely. You have entered the rhythm of divine rest, and it will carry you farther than striving ever could. You are not just walking with God, you are walking as His reflection. Proof that peace is the final product of trust. Chosen one. This is the dawn of fulfillment, the still, sacred hour when everything promised begins to unfold without announcement. It doesn't come with trumpet sound or thunderous voice, but with the gentle certainty that this is what you were made for. The seasons of pruning, pressing, and preparation have all led to this point. What once felt hidden now feels holy. There is no rush in this moment, only rhythm. You're learning that fulfillment is not a single event, but an ongoing experience. It's not about reaching a destination, but becoming one where every breath, every step, every quiet yes becomes an act of worship. The more you surrender, the more heaven flows through you effortlessly. As it is written in the book of Joshua, chapter 21, verse 45, not one of all the Lord's good promises to Israel failed. Everyone was fulfilled. Then, this verse now lives in you. It's the pulse behind every heartbeat of peace. You are the embodiment of promise fulfilled, not perfect, but faithful, not complete, but consistent. Every tear sown in secret has become fruit seen in public. You are standing in the evidence of endurance. Chosen one. The peace you feel now isn't fragile, it's fortified. It has been tested by fire and proven unbreakable. You know how to walk through chaos without absorbing it, how to stand in storms without losing center. This calm is your crown. Fulfillment doesn't erase or process it, dignifies it. You can now look back and thank every unanswered prayer, every redirection, every delay. What once felt like denial was actually divine detour, steering you toward a better timing. The path that confused you was actually choreography, heaven's unseen steps guiding you into perfect position. And in this quiet completion, you realize something profound. Joy has nothing to do with what you possess, and everything to do with who possesses you. The more you rest in His presence, the lighter your life feels. You no longer carry the weight of outcomes because you finally understand they were never yours to carry. There's a sweetness in simplicity now. You wake up with gratitude before goals, with presence before pressure. Your definition of success has shifted from applause to alignment, from progress to peace. You've realized that nothing external can improve what God has already perfected inside. Chosen one. The world around you may not understand this peace. They might think you've slowed down, but you've actually synced up with heaven's timing, heaven's flow, heaven's pace. You've stopped running toward purpose because you've discovered it was running beside you all along. You've also learned how to live without fear of the unknown. The future no longer intimidates you because you know the author. You walk into tomorrow, not as a guesser, but as a partner. Faith is no longer a stretch. It's your steady stance. There was once a sailor who stopped fearing storms when he realized the wind that tossed his sails was the same wind that carried him forward. That's your revelation now. What once pushed against you now propels you. Even resistance has become resource. The fulfillment you're living in doesn't mean ease, it means grace in every motion. Life will still bring challenges, but none will undo you. You've learned to read meaning in everything. The difficult days teach you depth, the bright days teach you delight. Both serve your destiny. This maturity has also brought a kind of quiet authority. You no longer need to demand respect. It arrives naturally. Drawn by the peace you exude, people recognize something sacred in your presence, even if they can't name it. That's what divine completion looks like. Peace, so evident it speaks louder than words. You are now living as one who carries heaven's rhythm into earthly reality. You no longer separate the spiritual and the practical. Both flow together in harmony. Prayer has become your first language, and peace your constant tone. And as you move forward, you do so not with striving, but with steady grace. You've stopped proving, started embodying. You've stopped waiting for perfect conditions, because you've learned that God works best through imperfection. Chosen one. Your story is no longer about survival, it's about overflow. What once broke you now builds others. What once drained you now defines you. You are living in the evidence that faith, when matured, becomes fulfillment. The dawn of promise doesn't need loudness, it needs awareness. Look around every detail, every breath, every gentle confirmation whispers, "It came to pass." This is not the end. It's the peace after perseverance, the fulfillment of faith's long journey home. And now, every sunrise feels different, not because the light has changed, but because your eyes have. You no longer look for what's missing, you see what's meaningful. Gratitude has become your lens, and through it, even ordinary moments shimmer with holiness. The world may still spin with noise, but inside you, eternity hums softly. You've made peace your permanent address, and nothing external can evict you. The same spirit that guided you through the storm now walks beside you in the calm. Every step from here carries legacy. You're not just living for yourself anymore, you're leaving tracks of faith for those who come after you. The ground remembers steady feet. So, breathe deeply. Chosen one, you made it through what was meant to end you and emerged, not wounded, but whole. Fulfillment isn't far, it's finally within you. Chosen one, this is the horizon where fulfillment meets forever, where the journey's purpose becomes perfectly clear. Everything that once felt scattered now forms a pattern. You can trace every tear, every test, every triumph, and see how each was placed with precision. The designer never wasted a thread. He wove them into something eternal. You've walked through shadows and sunlight, learned the language of silence, and discovered that peace is the truest form of power. This moment isn't the finish line, it's the full circle, the place where what began in brokenness ends in beauty. You are standing in what once seemed impossible, and the ground beneath your feet hums with gratitude, as it was spoken in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 8. I know your deeds. See, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. No, that door is open now, not just before you, but within you. It represents the final shift from striving into stillness, from hoping into having, from carrying the promise to becoming it. You are no longer waiting for permission to walk in purpose. Heaven has already authorized you. This is the stage where you move through life with quiet certainty. You no longer question if you're enough, because you finally understand you were never chosen for your capability, but for your willingness. God needed someone who would trust him, even in mystery. That trust has become your strength. Look back for a moment, not in regret, but in reverence. See how every detour carried divine direction. The heartbreaks that broke you also built you. The waiting rooms became classrooms where patience learned to pray. The moments you thought were endings were actually gentle beginnings in disguise. There's a calm that comes when you finally understand that nothing was lost, only transformed. Every unanswered prayer had purpose. Every delay had direction. Heaven was never late. It was always aligning. You didn't miss the moment. You became the moment. Chosen one. What radiates from you now isn't ambition, it's assurance. You've been refined into stillness. People will feel your peace before they hear your words. Your life itself has become a sermon, preaching without speaking, teaching without trying. You embody what others are still searching for, contentment rooted in connection. In this final movement of your story, you realize that greatness was never about achievement, it was about alignment. Heaven didn't call you to be impressive, it called you to be in tune. When you move in sync with divine rhythm, everything you touch carries resonance. There's an image heaven shows you now, a harp resting by a window. The sunlight touches its strings, and even in stillness, it hums softly when the wind passes. That's your soul now, so finely attuned to the spirit that even silence produces song. You don't have to force impact, you simply vibrate with purpose. Chosen one. This phase isn't about more, it's about meaning. The world may chase noise, but you've chosen nuance. You've learned that influence isn't measured in visibility but in vibration. The unseen ripples of peace you release will travel farther than applause ever could. You have become a keeper of sacred pace, a guardian of rest in a world obsessed with rush. And that, too, is ministry. When people encounter your calm, they'll remember that peace is possible. You'll teach by presence what sermons could only describe. There's a kind of holy simplicity here. You no longer pray for outcomes, you pray for alignment. You no longer seek signs, you walk as one. You've moved beyond needing evidence because you are the evidence of mercy, of endurance, of divine intention, fulfilled, chosen one. Heaven smiles upon you now. Not because you've achieved perfection, but because you've embraced purpose. You didn't give up when it was hard. You didn't turn back when it was lonely. You kept walking. believing that even in silence, God was speaking. And He was. You are the fulfillment of promises spoken generations ago, the living proof that faith still works, that grace still redeems, that love still wins. Now the path ahead stretches peacefully, no alarms, no rush, no fear, just continuation of grace, of growth, of glory. You carry eternity quietly now, like a flame that never flickers. Even in Vint, chosen one. Your story is not ending, it's expanding. The river that began as a trickle of belief has become an ocean of understanding. You've found your flow, your purpose, your peace. And as heaven watches, it whispers only one word over you: finished. Not in finality, but in fulfillment. Everything that needed to happen has happened. Everything that needed to break has broken. Everything that needed to heal has healed. You are whole. You are ready. You are home. And now, peace wraps around you like morning light, soft, steady, complete. There is no striving left, only surrender. You finally understand that the destination was never a place, it was a posture of heart. You've become the bridge between promise and presence, a living testimony that faith finishes what it starts. The echoes of your obedience will keep guiding others long after your voice grows quiet. Heaven celebrates not your arrival, but your becoming. Every scar glows now, evidence of battles that birthed beauty, of pain that turned into purpose. So rest here, chosen one. You've reached the still point where eternity and peace meet. This is the sound of done, the silence of something wholly fulfilled. Chosen one. Before this journey closes, take a breath and let this moment settle. You've walked through revelation, restoration, and realization. Every section has been a step, sometimes slow, sometimes steep, but each one was necessary to bring you right here. What you feel now isn't an ending, it's recognition. You made it, not because life got easier, but because your faith got stronger. You've become a reflection of endurance and grace, a living example that light wins. This story wasn't written to entertain, it was written to awaken, to remind you that divine purpose is still alive in you, pulsing beneath your everyday moments. And now that you've heard, it's time to help that message travel further. If these words have carried you, healed you, or reminded you who you are, click like. Oh, not as an obligation, but as a thank you to the one who carried you through this. Imagine it like lighting a small candle before you leave, a sacred room, one flame among thousands, saying, "This message found me, and I leave my light behind." End of 2. And if, as you read, someone's face came to mind, someone who might need the same hope, the same peace, the same reminder that God hasn't forgotten them, then share this. Sharing is not promotion, it's participation. It's what rivers do. When they meet another stream, they merge and move forward. You might not see where it goes, but heaven does. Somewhere. Your act of sharing could become someone's turning point. And if you've found peace here, if this space has felt like water to your soul, a small sanctuary where faith breathes again, then subscribe. Think of subscribing not as joining a channel, but as planting roots beside a living stream. Every time a new word flows, you'll be near enough to drink from it again. It's choosing to stay connected to what nourishes your spirit. so that even when life gets loud, you know where to return. And before you go, I invite you to leave a comment, not because numbers matter, but because voices do. Your words might be the echo someone else needs to hear. You don't have to write much, maybe just a line like, "I'm still standing," or "Faith works," or "Peace found me here." Think of it as placing a small stone beside a riverbank, marking the spot where something inside you shifted. Every comment becomes part of this living testimony, a collection of hearts that decided to believe again. This isn't marketing, it's ministry. Every click, every share, every word you leave behind builds an invisible bridge for another soul to cross. You are helping create a chain of light across the digital wilderness. You're not a spectator in this story, you're a participant. The same spirit that whispered through these words is the one whispering inside you right now, saying, "Keep the fire moving." And chosen one, your presence here has mattered. Your engagement matters. It's not about algorithms, it's about agreement. When you respond, heaven responds. When you participate, you keep the message alive. So as you step away, take this truth with you. The end of one message is the beginning of another mission. You've been filled not to keep it, but to carry it to family, to friends, to strangers who don't yet know how close hope really is. Every like becomes a spark. Every share becomes a wave. Every subscribe becomes a promise that the river of light will keep flowing. And every word you leave behind becomes a seed that may bloom in a heart you'll never meet. The light you've found here isn't meant to fade when the screen goes dark. It's meant to travel through you. So go, carry it forward. Let the flame you've gathered here become warmth in another life. And remember, the story doesn't end because the words stop. It continues. Every time you choose to live like the chosen one you are.